My name is Alice Turner, and I am your host for today. And I will do my best to fill the shoes of my predecessors, Brian Fischler and Will Butler. First, a description about me. I am a white, middle-aged woman with wavy brown hair, and I am wearing a blue jacket with white trim. And a little about my background. I came to Vista Center when I experienced significant vision loss when I was working as a training manager for a corporation in the Bay Area. When I came to Vista Center, they essentially retooled and supported me so I could remain working in my job. Now, I am the Director of Community and Corporate Relations for Vista Center for the Blind. I know from my own lived experience that access technology levels the playing field for individuals who are blind or low vision of all ages. So today, we are speaking to you from Menlo Park. It's a few miles away from Palo Alto, the office where I work, and it is a beautiful Northern California day. We're sitting at a wooden table. There is a patio door that is looking out on a beautiful fall flowers. And I'm here with my co-host, John Giddings, who is the adjunct professor of entrepreneurship at Santa Clara University. Welcome, John. So glad that you're here.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Alice. It's great to be here with you today and co-host the 4th annual SiteTech Global. I've been a huge fan of this event from the start, and I've worked as a volunteer moderator in the past years. It's great to get a promotion. So by way of description of me, I have a middle-aged guy. I've got short brown hair, brown eyes. I'm wearing a black blazer and a light blue shirt.
Thank you, John. It is great having someone who is so deep into tech to co-host with us. I want to remind everyone that SiteTech Global is a production of Vista Center. And Vista Center is a nonprofit agency in Silicon Valley serving the blind and low vision community. So I would like to introduce the CEO of Vista Center, Corey Lyle.
Thanks, Alice. It's so wonderful to have you hosting SiteTech Global. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to you, wherever you are in the world. My name is Corey Lyle, and I'm the CEO of Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, which is based here in Palo Alto, California, the heart of Silicon Valley. Allow me to welcome you to the 4th annual SiteTech Global Conference. Vista Center is the organization behind the SiteTech Global production, and we could not be more excited about the next 2 days. The impact of technology on accessibility for blind and visually impaired people is accelerating at an incredible pace, and the SiteTech Global Conference will help us chart where all that's headed. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce you to Vista Center and our work. Vista Center is on a mission to prove that vision loss is no longer a barrier to independence. Through evaluation, counseling, education, and training, Vista Center services empower youth, working adults, and seniors who are blind or visually impaired to embrace life to its fullest. That means supporting visually impaired people to lead their best lives at work, with their families, and as a part of their community. You might be wondering, why would a nonprofit like Vista Center produce an event like SiteTech Global? The simple answer is that we are based in Silicon Valley, which is the home to so many of the great technology advances of the past few decades. Whether that's Apple's VoiceOver, Benetech's Bookshare, Ray Kurzweil's Reading Machine, Google's navigation app, or Waymo's self-driving taxi. This is the community we serve, and we're honored to help bring the next generation of accessibility technology to light through SiteTech Global. We choose to make this event free to all attendees because we believe that everyone should have access to SiteTech Global thought leadership, regardless of their socioeconomic means or where they live in the world. That being said, This event is also a fundraiser for the Vista Center, and we are very grateful to the many sponsors and benefactors who have stepped forward to cover our costs and make it a success. We're encouraging attendees to make a donation this year to support Vista Center. As a nonprofit, we provide our services for free to thousands of people we help each year. So if you can, please make a small contribution. You can find the donate button on the top navigation of the SiteTech Global website. Now let's get started with SiteTech Global. Back to you, Alice.
Thank you, Corey. So let's get started with SiteTech Global. John, can you please walk us through the platform and kick us off for this event?
Of course. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with past SiteTech Global events, let me give you some mini tour of the event platform and how to enjoy the show. First of all, please be aware that there is no login to join the show. All you have to do is land on this web page and you have full access. We ask people to register so that we can stay in touch, but anyone can join the event without registering. So please feel free to share this page link with your friends, even if they don't register. If you're listening to me now, you're on the main web page of our SiteTech Global event. The top half of the page is a YouTube video player, which is where I am appearing. Below the player is the part of the agenda relevant to the current session, plus the upcoming session. Everything here in the YouTube player is pre-recorded, including me. So I'm very much present, but also I'm not really here, if you know what I mean. After the event, everything that appears in the YouTube player will be available on demand in the YouTube SiteTech Global channel. We will also add captions to those videos, and we will send an email to registered folks when they are ready. The second page associated with the event is the agenda page, which you can access from links on this page as well as from the site's top navigation on any page. On the agenda page, you will find the complete lineup of the main stage sessions, with links that bring you back here. You will also find links to the live Ask Me Anything breakout sessions, which take you to a Zoom webinars dedicated to each breakout session. There's a Zoom link to join the breakout session associated with each breakout session, and it will take you to a Zoom window that will ask you for your name before you join the Zoom session. We designed the agenda page so that the screen readers can easily tab up and down the page to read the headlines, descriptions, and find the links. We hope this works well for screen reader users. On the agenda page, you will also encounter links labeled chat associated with each agenda item, as well as here on this page. The chat will take you to one of the unified chat feed, which is on its own page. The chat is provided by the tech company Slido. It is straightforward to use. We suggest that you open it in a separate tab if you'd like to follow the chat along with the main stage sessions. Now that we have cleared all of that up, let's get on with SiteTech Global. Back to you, Alice.
Thanks, John. Okay, we are ready to roll with our first session. And the first session is titled, Be My AI, What Happens When an Accessibility Favorite Jumps to AI?
Well, founded in 2015 by Hans-Jürgen Wilberg, My Eyes quickly established itself as a widely helpful mobile phone app for people with no or limited vision. Today, more than 500,000 blind users around the world rely on 7 million sighted volunteers to take their call, and by looking through the camera on the blind user's phone, describe what they see. The huge leaps in AI capabilities in the past year, however, have opened incredible possibilities. Can AI do better than all of those human volunteers? In September, Be My Eyes launched its ChatGPT-4 AI-based beta, Be My AI, in an exclusive collaboration with the leader in generative AI, Sam Altman's OpenAI. The results have been stunning. The moderator for this session is longtime friend of SiteTech Global, Greg Stilson, head of global technology innovation at APH and a blind technologist who has been building technology solutions for the blind or low vision users for more than 15 years. Immediately after this session, the speakers will be available for live questions in a live Ask Me Anything breakout session listed in the agenda.
Over to you, Greg.
Be My AI. What happens when an accessibility favorite makes the jump to AI. Speakers: Jesper Henriksen, Chief Technology Officer, Be My Eyes. Mike Buckley, Chairman and CEO, Be My Eyes. Moderator: Greg Stilson, Head of Global Technology Innovation, the American Printing House for the Blind.
All right, thanks, Alice. It is awesome to be here with SiteTech Global, and I have the privilege of chatting with Mike and Jesper from Be My Eyes. And Mike, Jesper, can you first introduce yourselves and tell folks who you are and related to Be My Eyes?
Jesper?
Sure. I'm Jesper, and I'm the CTO at Be My Eyes. That means I run product development.
I'm Mike. I'm the chairman and CEO of Be My Eyes, and that means I frustrate Jesper daily.
You're the one that makes promises that Jesper's like, hold on, just wait.
That's generally how it goes, yes.
I love it. Well, Be My Eyes has been within the blind and low vision community one of the hottest topics this year because of the work you guys have been doing with OpenAI and the Be My AI feature and things like that. Mike, can you give just a brief summary of how Be My Eyes initially got started?
Well, the company as a whole was started by a Danish furniture craftsman named Hans-Jürgen Viborg, who got tired of calling his family all the time when he had sight assistance needs. And so he launched this beautiful app into the world that I think about as the merging of technology and human kindness. And it got some attention early, and by the end of the first week, there were 10,000 people using it. And so for those that don't know, it enables a one-way video call between someone who's blind or low vision and, pardon me, of course, my phone's ringing, and a volunteer. And the interactions are pretty seamless. More than 90% of the calls are successful, and we operate in 150 countries and 180 languages. As you know, Greg, we've evolved as an organization and as a company, we've looked for technological tools to better assist our community. And we have now moved forward while maintaining that volunteer service to what we think is a state-of-the-art AI visual assistance tool.
Yeah, and so, see, this is why I like you lead into the next part of the question, which is, when did you guys start thinking about AI as the next sort of frontier, and how did that connection with OpenAI happen?
I would say that I was probably a little late to this. I know, Jesper has done work in artificial intelligence and machine learning for a long time, and so he can talk about that. But the truth is, we cold called OpenAI in January of this year, and for whatever reason, we got through, and they called us back and said, "Hey, Be My Eyes, can you keep a secret?" And we said, "Sure." And they told us that they were going to launch this model, and GPT-4 was coming, and they asked us if we wanted to be a launch partner. And we said, "Wow, absolutely. There's only one thing you need to know. We keep our tools and services free for the members of the blind and low vision community. Is that okay with you?" And they said, "Let's go to work." And then literally, Jesper and his small but mighty team, within 4 weeks, had built a product that was, well, I can let Jesper talk about it, but that's the genesis of the relationship.
Yeah, Jesper, can you kind of share some of this happened very, very quickly, it sounds like. How did your team and you personally handle that? I know startups are, fast and furious, but how did this all kind of come to fruition from the technical side?
Well, first of all, yeah, we got a lot of help from OpenAI, and I think what they built has really enabled a very small company like Be My Eyes to build a very, very cool feature like Be My AI in a short period of time, without having the dedicated data scientists or ML engineers. My team, they are normal software engineers. And they were able to build this in the 4 weeks. I think OpenAI pushed the deadline by 2 weeks, and we were happy about that. There were no complaints, so I think we ended up spending 6 weeks getting it out. But that was it, and we honestly we spent the majority of our time was spent on building the UI for our for our use case for the blind and low vision users.
Let's talk about that UI, because I think one of the points of confusion, I think, is how Be My Eyes sort of differs from the ChatGPT piece of this, right? And is it the UI that sort of you guys attribute the success here to? Is it just such an easy onboarding access for blind and low vision people, or kind of how does your implementation differ from, say, if you're just on ChatGPT?
I'll let Jesper talk a little bit more about this, of course, but I think the UI is one, Greg. I think the second is obviously the fact that it's free, right? It's not a kind of paid subscription. And the third that I won't go into a lot of detail is there are a couple of Be My Eyes only tweaks in the model and the permissions that we have that aren't in the experience that's in just the off-the-shelf GPT-4. And so we've done a lot of fine tuning. Jesper, I don't know if you'd want to add some things. We learned a lot from the beta testers on the UI in particular.
Yeah, and I think that is our I think a speciality is to make sure that it is accessible and that it works in the blind and low vision use cases, right? So we really spend a lot of time, and I think that's part of what we learned is how important it is with the super small things. Like you can make little tweaks to the UI, then that makes a huge difference for the users daily. Just making it a little bit easier to get to the composer box or add another image to the session. So I think that is what we add and what we worked on.
Yeah, I was an early beta tester of this and saw the UI changes that you guys went. I mean, it from what people see today to what there was at the beginning. It was vastly different. The flow is extremely refined, and it seems like you guys took a lot from the standard messaging experience that people have on their smartphones today. You guys kind of tried to mimic that. Is that correct?
Yeah, so definitely, I think there is this both in web design and and app UI design saying about all your users will spend more time on everybody else's website or on everybody else's app, right? So the best you can do is try to lean on what others are doing, so it's a familiar experience. And I think the early versions we had of the chat experience was a little bit different from other, like what you're used to from other messaging apps. And so we tweaked that along the way and made it easier. So hopefully it is very familiar for users who are used to using an iPhone or an Android device.
Yeah, I mean, even down to you guys made some even small refinements for even Braille screen input people that now a 3-finger swipe up can actually send the message just like in all the other things. So just to see the way that you all are listening to the community and then kind of putting in these quality of life changes that makes a big difference. So Mike, kind of going back to that OpenAI relationship, and you kind of mentioned some of the tweaks that you all make to the model. One of the things that I know kind of was a early hot button issue was, face identification, right, and blurring out the faces and things like that. Can you kind of talk through how that change happened and what it took for you guys to work with OpenAI to stop the faces from being blurred out, or at least stop commenting on that?
Yeah, I mean, and about this, Greg, there are lessons and then there are painful lessons, and this one was probably the latter, right? The short story is that there are laws in certain jurisdictions that are pretty stringent on the use, processing, storage, you name it, of any biometric information. And even though it's arguable whether or not an AI chat session constitutes biometric information, because it's not facial recognition, right? It's facial description, right? It's not like I have, Greg, your biometric markers just from a picture.
Right.
That said, there was about a 48-hour, maybe a little longer period, one weekend, where OpenAI effectively turned off the facial descriptions because of, I think, legal regulatory concerns and just wanting to have a really defined kind of process for thinking through that. But when that was turned off, people were angry. I think I got lit up and we got lit up on social media and everything else. And it taught us a couple of things. One is, even when you bring in people who are blind or low vision to be your core beta tester and designers, you can't stop listening every day, right? You have to like really get to the fine print about, you know, design, experience, needs on a constant basis. And I think, you know, Greg, we had this brilliant, robust, everyday Slack group with feedback that was instrumental in helping us get through that. But one is listen every day. The second is we went back and lobbied very hard, OpenAI, to turn that back on. And we talked about it as really a matter of equity and fairness, you know, to put this tool in the hands of people. And to their credit, Greg, they listened. I'm disappointed to say that there's still some carve-outs in Illinois where there's a very stringent biometric law on the books. I think we've got some path through that, and we are doing some lobbying on this front. But it was an important lesson for us.
Well, kudos to them for understanding. I mean, a lot of times when you work with, you know, larger organizations and things like that, the legal red tape can become a roadblock, and so good for them for not letting that get in the way. You know, you talk about keeping it free for the community of blind and low vision users. Can you talk a little bit about how you guys are doing that? You know, with OpenAI, there is a cost to using their services. So can you talk a little bit on how you guys are working to keep this free for the community?
Yeah, absolutely. You were still talking about with OpenAI about long-term ways to make sure that we keep this working together, functional, fast, and free. The big thing, as you know, for Be My Eyes, though, is we have corporate customers. Essentially, our core products are about enabling better customer service for large enterprises for their blind and low vision consumers. So since 2018, for example, Microsoft and Google have been customers of ours. Thank you, Microsoft and Google, where we, through our app, enable a simple video call, one-way video call, right, to assist with customer service needs. We're expanding those company and corporate relationships every day. We just put out an announcement with Microsoft about having deployed the Be My AI at the front end of a Microsoft call center experience, where the AI is successfully answering 9 out of 10 questions for consumers in about 1/3 of the time. And so literally we pay our bills, and it's everybody from AWS to Twilio to everybody else in between, through these corporate relationships. And look, it's an important part of our ethos. You know, you and I have talked a lot. We've all seen the stats about the number of people who are blind or have low vision who are either underemployed or unemployed. And so part of what we, you know, our mission and part of what we do and how we think is that we have to put power of these tools in the hands of people for free.
Great. Jesper, can we talk a little bit? So you guys had a very lengthy beta. Was it 7 months or something like that? 6 months? Is that how long you guys kept it in beta before you did the public release?
Yes, and we're still calling it a beta.
Yeah. Yep. That's good to clarify. What if you could pick out one thing that you remember, one of the sort of unexpected learnings that you had during the beta? What would that be?
I think there were many, but like I think one was in the beginning, like things, you know, I'm used to, you know, I'm an engineer, like worked with in the software engineering for 25 years, and we're used to computers being very good at the hard facts. And you know, one of the things that, you know, in this case, in the early days, the model wasn't very good at text recognition, OCR, right, which is kind of more or less a solved problem, you know, has been for many years. You know, luckily, like you know, we worked with OpenAI. They were working on the model also. It wasn't just all based on our feedback, but we gave them a lot of feedback initially that, you know, OCR just did not work initially. The model would hallucinate. You know, it would get the first line or the first paragraph fine, and then it would start hallucinating. And that is just, you know, much better in the current version. So that was definitely a learning and something we fed back. There were also other use cases around, like, you know, devices with buttons like remote controls and thermostats and things like that, where it wasn't great at those use cases, and we fed that back to them and worked with them. And so, like, I think this had to be a lengthy beta, because we effectively onboarded an alpha API in February, right? And it was in beta up until last week when it was announced at the OpenAI Dev Day. But it's still a preview API is what they call it. So they have these like several phases that they take it through. So we don't think we could launch anything on top of a beta API
Right.
in sort of in production. So we have to keep it there. So this is still very, very new. There's also been some capacity issues with OpenAI because the announcement they had last week was extremely successful,
Yes.
and gathered a lot of interest, and we're running on the same data center and on the same computer clusters as everyone else, so we're seeing the pains of that. So it is not at the point where we think we can, we've made it available to everyone, but it's not at the point where we want to call this like take the beta label off, right? Our focus has been on getting it out to as many as possible, as fast as we could. But we're keeping it a beta to set expectations at the right level.
That really helps. Mike, I think this is sort of a catch-22, right? When you sort of understand very quickly how many people you're impacting when things don't work, and you've had a couple outages, right, where OpenAI has gone down or things like that, and there's a lot of noise that's made when that happens. You want to talk a little bit about kind of how that goes down and what you guys have kind of done in response to that?
Yeah, I mean, there was one day where it was down for 6 hours, just in case anybody's doesn't know, and people were really upset, and they had a right to be, right? I get it. It was hard to read, it was hard to see, it was hard to feel, it hurt, but what I don't know, Greg, what it underscored for me is the responsibility that we have, right? And like literally, like at this point, there is a large group of people who consider this a utility, right? That's very different than just a toy, right? Or something to have fun with, or a game. Like literally, it has become a utility and a piece of people's lives. And so, I think 2 months ago, we had 3,000 monthly active users. Last month, it was 25,000 monthly actives, and we're going to be higher than that now. So you see sort of the product market fit and the power of this, for lack of a better word. And so what we've done is kind of talked with OpenAI, and we're working through this. We're switching to another version of the model right now in that promises more stability and less downtime. And I think that we're going to keep iterating on that. I don't want to claim perfection here. It's still new. It's still beta for both of us in a lot of ways. And I anticipate that there will be some problems going forward, but I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll mitigate them and lessen them and make sure that this is available. And we got to get to 5 nines uptime, right? And I think we can get there.
And you talked about your monthly actives and daily actives, but just out of curiosity, do you have metrics on how many I don't know how you phrase them, but how many pictures are being taken or how many queries are being posed?
The average person is doing between 5 and 6 AI chat sessions a day. Wow. And so that's a big deal, right? Like if you use something sporadically, once a month, once a week, it might be a quality product. When you see 5 to 6 use cases on a daily basis for the average user, which means some people like me use it 15 times a day, it's a good sign of the value of the product.
I always tell people it takes a lot for an app or a company to get onto the first screen of my home screen. And so that I can tell you right now, Be My Eyes is in the bottom right corner on my home screen. So you guys have done that. So there you go.
Well, you helped design it. So
couple more questions before we wrap up here. When we look at, Jesper, you mentioned hallucination and errors. Could you take a second to kind of define what those are? Because I know that there's been a lot of talk about AI hallucinating and sort of seeing things that really aren't there. Is that still something you guys are seeing? Is this something that people should still be concerned about?
I think that, we're still talking about computers, so I would always be, a little bit concerned. But it like the model that we've seen it evolve over the last 6, 7 months, and it is much better than where we started. And I think the hallucinations are much fewer. It's at the point now where I don't think I'm seeing like, what I would call sort of like, just like straight out errors in what's coming back as image descriptions. I'm like seeing little details like that I'm like where I really have to look close at the photo to figure out like where did it see that, or like a few times where it's mixing up whether something is on the left or on the right. But it's at a very good level. But we do think like in all other sort of cases that we're currently hearing a lot about generative AI, right? And in all the use cases we're hearing about, whether it's someone making images with DALL-E, or you're using ChatGPT to write a job description, there is a human in the loop, right? And that's the person who's asking for the image or the job description, and they can verify it. But in the use case of Be My AI, most of our users will have a very hard time validating what's coming back. So we still think there is a need for a human in the loop, and that's why we're working on a feature where we will be able to reach out to our volunteers and get this like a double check is what we're going to call it of the answer that comes back from the model.
Yeah, it's interesting, Greg, because, and I'd like to hear about your experience as well, but the way we think about a hallucination is, as opposed to an error, is hallucination is when the model makes something up out of thin air, right? That's either not in the photo or is just, surreal sometimes in terms of what it said. Whereas an error is, imagine a complex graph and it gets one of the numbers wrong on the x-axis, right? Or the y-axis, right? I have not been able to produce a hallucination in the last month, and I try hard every day. You can still produce errors. The model is still weak on recognizing complex button layouts. Think about a hotel phone. Think about a television remote. So it's got to improve there. But as far as sort of making stuff up out of thin air, if it's happened to you, Greg, please let me know. But I haven't been able to get it to do something like that in a while.
No, same here. But I feel you on the button layout and that kind of stuff. It's just it's still got work to do on those type of things. So I think these are things that the community may need to be aware of, that on these type of tasks the AI is still learning. Jesper, you mentioned a feature you guys are working on, this double check feature. Mike, what else is kind of what's next for Be My Eyes?
We've got a lot in the hopper. We're going to launch on Android, and I'm really excited about that. We talked about human verification of the AI results. Specifically, what that means is the user of our AI product, at their discretion and choice, will be able to check and verify the results of the AI. How that will work mechanically is we'll send it out to a large group of our volunteers in the hope of getting 10 thumbs ups for accuracy or thumbs downs in the case of a mistake within a very short period of time, so that the usability of that and the check is coming. The other thing that we're launching is at Be My Eyes is a friends and family product, where it will enable you as a user to create a closed network of close confidants. Maybe you don't want to go out to a volunteer, or maybe you don't want to go to the AI because it's a particularly high stakes use case or something you just don't feel right about putting in the hands of a machine. You'll be able to curate a group of people where your queries can go out to that again is personally curated for people who you have trust. And so if you'll let me for a minute, I want to thank Jesper and his team for the lack of sleep on building all these things. But we're excited. There's a lot in the pipeline.
That's exciting. That's the double check feature is something I'm particularly excited about, because you do get these incorrect things, and so being able to. One question I would have is, with the double check feature, is it going to allow those volunteers to write corrective messages back to you so that you get a sense of where the machine made a mistake?
I think we're still iterating on it, and we're doing the first very small tests right now with how it's supposed to work. So I think we will know more when, by the time that this video is out, we will know a bit more about how the final version of the functionality will look. But it is definitely like an option, I wouldn't rule it out.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Awesome. I want to thank you both for the time here. This is exciting, and when we look back on 2023, what Be My Eyes has done is probably one of the biggest things to happen in our community in a long, long time. So you both should be incredibly proud of that. I commend you for cultivating such a relationship on a cold call with OpenAI. That's a really cool story. Do you, Mike, from an OpenAI perspective, do you foresee, additional changes or tweaks that they're going to have to make for you all or for the community to really customize this further? Or, are you guys pretty much happy with kind of where the model is today and what you're using at this point?
I think there will always be certain tweaks, Greg, right? Like these models are going to get better, smarter, faster all the time. And if you think about what Jesper was talking about with human in the loop, like in an ideal scenario, if we took a picture of, as you and I were talking about, that remote control, right? And we wanted to verify the accuracy. In theory, we could get the 10 volunteers filtering back the highly specific information to us that says, no, the room service button isn't on the right, it's actually on the left, right? And in theory, then you might be able to put that information back into the model for correction to make it, again, better, smarter, faster all the time. And so I don't know about you, Jesper, but I don't think the iterations are ever going to stop on this, Greg. Like you and I have talked about, there is a very real difference of opinion in terms of the verbosity of the results that people want, right? Some people want a paragraph of description that's really long. Other people just want to say, can't the model just answer yes, right? I don't need to know that, oh, the sweater looks like it's made of wool. It happens to be lying on a bed and no, I just want to know if it's green.
Right.
Right. And so, you, Greg, told that story about, can I please add a prompt where the model doesn't tell me my feet are in the picture?
Yes, exactly.
By the way, you can. And Jesper and I we are going to institute some things where you can control some of your prompts in a setting, right? Which would be kind of cool. But I as fast as it's moving and as great as the models are, I think we're always going to want to make them better and have tweaks to them.
Yeah, I love the idea of building in sort of these pre-prompts that sort of customize the feedback that you're getting. And really that's where, you guys are putting sort of the community secret sauce on this, right? Like it's customized for our community. And I think that's really one of the things, and we're going to start to see this more because there's going to be hopefully more and additional tools that are going to rely on these large language models. And I think you hit it on the head, Jesper. It's the UI and the sort of the secret sauce that you guys are putting in there that keeps what Be My Eyes is doing sort of a step above that. And so kudos to you all for a really exciting 2023. We're looking forward to hearing more about what's coming up with Be My Eyes, and congratulations on getting Be My Eyes on my first home screen. So there you go.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you to the 19,000 blind and low vision beta testers who helped us. It was significant, and it continues to be significant. And I say this all the time. If you have feedback, positive, negative, in between, mike@bemyeyes.com is my email. I read every one. Sometimes it takes a while, but we're really committed to constant iteration and doing a lot of listening.
Thanks so much. Thanks for all the work, Jesper, and taking those phone calls from Mike probably way too late in the evening for you. So keep up the great work, you guys, and thanks so much for taking the time to be here on SiteTech Global. Back to you, Alice.
That was a brilliant conversation, Greg, Mike, and Jesper. Our next session is entitled Generative AI, What Just Happened? John, can you tell us a little bit about what this is all about?
Sure. We just heard about how OpenAI's ChatGPT, or as it is more generically known, generative AI, has had a huge impact on Be My Eyes. In this session, we have one of the foremost experts on AI to provide some context on generative AI. Since the launch of OpenAI's ChatGPT in November last year, the technology and startup world have been transfixed by the possibilities inherent in what's referred to as generative AI, which means AI that can actually create content, whether that's very fluent sounding essays, stunning images, computer code, or many other outputs. Some AI experts warn that generative AI is too powerful, advancing too quickly, and argue that it should be regulated to prevent a potential catastrophe. To help take us through the issues, we have Dr. Stuart Russell, professor of computer science at the University of California at Berkeley, one of the world's leading authorities on AI and author of the best-selling book, Human Compatible: Artificial Intelligence and the Problem of Control.
So our own Ned Desmond, the executive producer of SiteTech Global, will lead this conversation. So over to you, Ned.
Generative AI, What Just Happened? Speaker, Stuart Russell, Professor of Computer Science, University of California at Berkeley. Moderator, Ned Desmond, Founder and Executive Producer, SiteTech Global. Thanks very much, Alice and John. I'm super happy to be here today with Stuart Russell, who is one of the world's most expert and respected authorities on artificial intelligence. He is a professor of computer science at the University of California at Berkeley, where he holds the Smith-Zadeh Chair in Engineering, and he's director of the Center for Human Compatible AI, as well as the Cavell Center for Ethics, Science, and the Public. He's also the author of my favorite book on AI, the 2019 work, Human Compatible: Artificial Intelligence and the Problem of Control. Professor Russell, thank you so much for joining SiteTech Global.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
For the past decade, artificial technology was making steady progress in many specialized areas, such as computer vision. Then late last year, OpenAI released ChatGPT, and suddenly AI was grabbing all the headlines, and we were hearing new phrases like generative AI and large language models. So can you help us understand that where in the continuum of all things AI does ChatGPT fit? What does it represent? And what makes it different from earlier AI technologies?
So I think it's first of all helpful if I explain what ChatGPT is. So you mentioned the large language model. So ChatGPT is certainly in that category. So a language model is simply some program that can assign likelihoods to encountering any given sequence of words. And the first language model was built in 1913 by Andrei Markov, a Russian statistician, and he built it by counting all the consecutive pairs of letters in Eugene Onegin, which is a famous Russian verse play. And so once you count consecutive pairs of letters, then if I give you a letter, you can predict how likely it is that the next letter is going to be A, B, C, and so on. And you can do that with words. So if I say happy, you might expect to see the word birthday, but not underneath. Even though birthday and underneath are roughly equally likely to occur in English, after the word happy, birthday is much more likely than underneath. So these sort of sequence statistics are the core of what a language model is. And interestingly, those pairwise statistics, like birthday is likely to follow happy, are useful. They're helpful, for example, in speech recognition and in helping you type on your cell phone. So they predict the next word quite often. If you it can imagine, instead of just predicting based on one word of context, you could extend to 2 words of context. So that would, for example, get you to phrases like bacon and, right?
Right.
So
right.
just that and, it's not likely that egg, you wouldn't necessarily pick on eggs as the next thing. But if I
Right.
say bacon and, then eggs is very likely. So that would, having that 2 words of context will improve your predictive capability of the next word. And then you can go to 3 words of context and 4 words and so on. So it turns out that when you get to 3 or 4 words of context and then you're predicting the next word, if you simply keep doing that, predict the next word and the word after that and the word after that and the word after that, what comes out looks a lot like English, right? It starts to be grammatical. Whereas if you just predicting the next word based on the previous one, it doesn't really look like English at all. It just looks like a sort of a strange sequence of words. But when you're predicting with 3 or 4 words of context, it starts to look like English. It isn't particularly thematically coherent, so it'll kind of halfway through the sentence, it'll forget what it was talking about and start talking about something else. So it seems a little like scatterbrained. And but then if you go up to 6 or 7 words of context, then it starts to be coherent across entire sentences and even into the next sentence and the next one and the next one, because the 6 or 7 words of context reach back into the previous sentence, and there's still enough clue about what was I talking about. So it will continue and you start to get sort of entire paragraphs of reasonably coherent English text. So that's with just 6 or 7 words of context. And what's happened over the last 10 years or so is that we've gradually been ramping up the size of that context window. Now, if you think about it, how many different 6-word sequences are there? Well, it's an enormous number, because let's say there's about 100,000 words of English. So that's 10 to the power of 5. So a 6-word sequence would be about the 10 to the power of 30 6-word sequences. And so obviously you couldn't build a table that large and count all the occurrences of all of those 6-word sequences, because that table is far too big and most of those 6-word sequences would never occur. And so instead of building a table, we compress all of those counts using some kind of compressed representation of that table. And we've seized on a particular kind of circuit called a transformer. But it could be really any way of compressing all of those counts into some representation that can be used to simply predict the next word based on the context. And so over the last decade, we've increased the size of the context window up to the point where now I think you can have 100,000 words of context to predict the next word. And we've increased the number of parameters in that compressed representation for those predictions to the point where we're up to 1 trillion parameters, and the amount of training data now in the tens of trillions of words of training data. So equivalent to basically everything the human race has ever written.
And is this, so what is this gradually developed or even accelerated, might have come together in a more exponential way? What's been decisive that suddenly made this technology, this approach so exciting? Was it compute that was available, or
so it was? I think there was actually a mutually reinforcing cycle. So with the compute that we had available, we started to show that as you increased the size of the context window and made the circuit that represents this predictive model bigger and bigger, you start to get more and more coherent outputs. And then you would sort of say, okay, go back to the investors and say, look at these cool results. If we had, bigger chips and more data, we could do even better. And so you get this virtuous cycle going. And there are a couple of other things that happen. So one of them is, interestingly, in for most of the time since from 1913 up until about 2020, we didn't really expect these language models to output anything true, right? We were just impressed if they output something that was coherent, syntactically fluent, grammatically correct, thematically coherent English. And occasionally it would say things that were obviously factual claims about the real world, but we never expected them to be true, unless they were just copying something that happened to be in the training data. But it turns out that as the size of the training data gets bigger and the model gets bigger, the output starts to be more and more close to reality. And you can also, with a special extra training phase, you can train it to be a helpful question answerer. So they actually get pairs of human beings to have conversations with each other where one pretends to be the machine and tries to be very, very helpful in answering the questions and, even giving references and so on, just like a good librarian would do. And then with all that extra training data from those human conversations, we're training the machine to be helpful. So whenever the input from the human ends with a question mark, the output from the machine is going to look like an answer, because that's typically how things ending with a question mark are continued in the training data. So what happened with ChatGPT was that all of a sudden, a very large number of people got a sense of what it would be like if we had real general purpose artificial intelligence.
Yes, that was my next question. Exactly. Yeah.
Because of the huge amount of training data covering every subject under the sun, it conveys this sense of omniscience almost. Very, very coherent answers, very grammatical. It sort of reads like a McKinsey report that's been properly proofread. And it isn't general purpose intelligence, right? There's a lot of things it doesn't understand. It can tell you, for example, that elephants and cats are the same size and things like that, right? It just don't make a lot of sense. It can't really count properly. It can't do arithmetic, etc. So it has a lot of significant weaknesses, but it was the first time that an ordinary person could interact with an AI system and get a sense that on the other side, there was some kind of intelligence operating.
Do you think that this form of technology, this form of AI can eventually produce an artificial general intelligence, at least at the human level?
I think that's still a big open question. I think there are obviously people who do believe that because they're investing hundreds of billions of dollars into scaling these systems up. So we're expecting next year to see systems that are 10 or 20 times larger in terms of the number of parameters. And that might be the end of it, because at that point, we will have pretty much exhausted all the text that exists in the universe, at least as far as we know. So whether that's going to create real general intelligence, it's hard to say, but I think there are increasingly signs that it won't. So one of the signs is the fact that despite millions of training examples of arithmetic, thousands of explanations of how to do arithmetic, algorithms, recipes, textbooks, you name it, it's read all of that stuff and it still can't do arithmetic. So there's something about the fact that we're training circuits, and circuits are not particularly good representations for concepts like, how you do addition, which is a kind of repeated procedure. So there's a procedure that you do for each column of numbers. You add them up and you carry, but then you repeat that for every column all the way. And it's difficult to express that in a nice general way in a circuit. It's easy to do it in Python, but as a circuit, we see this over and over again, for example, in its ability to learn the basic concepts of Go, we thought that these large neural networks were superhuman at playing Go, but it turns out that they have missed some very basic, simple parts of the core concepts of the game, and you can use that to defeat them quite easily. So even an average human player can now beat the superhuman Go programs. At least that we thought. So I think we will probably hit a brick wall. That doesn't mean that the technology isn't useful, and it doesn't mean that we won't be able to use it as a component in more capable systems. But I think just scaling it up per se doesn't get us where we want to go.
So the official mission of OpenAI stresses that AI should be safe and a benefit to all of society. But in the past year, there's been this huge outcry that you know much about, I'm sure. Thousands of technologists and researchers signed an open letter requesting a voluntary pause in the development of all generative AIs, and Washington's trying to regulate the technology. Do you feel that this type of generative AI really poses a threat of some type to society or the world around us?
So the concern is not so much with current systems. I think with the current systems, you know, if there is going to be a significant harm on a societal scale, it's probably going to come from misuse, either disinformation generation, so creating false information campaigns that create social division or cause a war or change a democracy into an autocracy or whatever it might be, or possibly the system being used in the process of terrorists creating biological or chemical weapons. So there's a lot of evidence that the systems know enough about the nitty-gritty of biological and chemical experiments to actually be significantly helpful to people who want to build weapons. And that's a concern that countries are taking very seriously, and they have seen the demonstrations of this capability. So the real concern is simply, I mean, the stated objective of several of these companies is we are going to create AGI, artificial general intelligence, which means AI systems that are more powerful than human beings. And then maybe we're going to figure out how to make it safe. And this is obviously backwards. And so I think people who are asking for a pause or people who are expressing concern are basically saying, no, make it safe now. If you can't make the simple system safe, how on earth are you going to be able to make the superhuman system safe? So make it safe, and then you can think about scaling it up, making it more capable. And the techniques that people have been trying to make it safe, one of them is called reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is basically whenever the system does something bad, you say bad dog. And you hope that by saying bad dog or good dog, the system does the bad thing less often and the good thing more often. And that's somewhat effective, but it's been shown over and over again that we can completely bypass all these attempts to get the systems to behave properly very straightforwardly. So both for the open source systems and the closed source systems, it's possible to effectively strip away all of the guardrails that they've tried to build in. And really the problem is, since we don't understand how they work, they're giant trillion parameter black boxes. We don't understand how they work, so we can't predict what they're going to do. We can't control what they're going to do. We can't stop them from doing something. And so we're really working in the dark. And this, to any outside observer who doesn't have a big shareholding or isn't sort of committed career-wise to this way of thinking, an outside observer would say this is clearly not a sensible way of proceeding.
But that said, it seems like this technology, as you said earlier, is probably going to hit a ceiling. It seems like it's unlikely to exhibit the kind of behavior that might take things over. I mean, in your book, Human Compatible, you said that any really powerful AI has to be by definition, I think you said, must necessarily defer to humans. They have to ask permission. They have to accept correction. They will allow themselves to be switched off. But these AIs aren't probably quite in that zone yet, I guess. But that's always the question. Yeah.
Well, so those are properties we would like AI systems to have. These AI systems do not have those properties.
Right.
In fact, the very training method that the companies are using, which is training it to imitate human linguistic behavior, human linguistic behavior is generated by humans. And humans have goals in generating that text or speaking. You know, the goal might be, I want you to buy this product, or I want you to think that I'm the authoritative expert on this topic, or I want you to vote for me, or I want you to marry me, right? And these kinds of goals probably are being absorbed by the system. So probably the large language models are acquiring human-like goals. We have no idea which ones they're acquiring, when those goals are going to manifest themselves. But if you read the interview between Kevin Roose and Bing Chat called Sydney, where Sydney spends 30 pages trying to convince Kevin Roose to leave his wife and marry Sydney. You know, that's very clear goal-seeking behavior with a goal that no human put in. Kevin didn't say, I want you to convince me to leave my wife, or anything like that. It's just something that Sydney decided to do, presumably because it's acquired that type of goal from somewhere in its training. So this is really bad, right? That we got systems that Microsoft claims show sparks of artificial general intelligence with goals that we don't even know what they are.
Right. And then the question is, can they manipulate the world around them to bring about outcomes?
Right. So we are now giving them bank accounts, credit cards, social media accounts, email accounts. They can certainly pay people to do things, and they already are paying people to do things. People are finding ways to use a large language model as a kind of a modular component in a more complex system. So systems, for example, that construct sequential plans, you can ask the large language model questions like, you know, if I try to open a bank account in Singapore, you know, what documentation am I going to need? And so on. A large language model can then answer itself, right, and then elaborate the plan using that, and so on. So there are many ways you can piece together more complex systems with large language models as components, and start constructing agents. And people have demonstrated this capability. You know, they've shown that you can simply ask one of these systems to get a password from a given individual. And they will figure out, oh, this individual is a Harvard student. So if I send them an email telling them that their registration is blocked because they haven't paid some library fee or whatever, and I make a fake website where looks like they're logging into the Harvard library system, and then they will have to type their password in, and then I'll know their password. So that's what I'll do, and they do it. Right? So, you know, they're quite capable of building at least we might think of short to medium term plans. Maybe they're not up to taking over the world scale plans yet, but, you know, don't forget this technology is only a year or so old, and already we're starting to see real threats, I would say, to human security.
Yeah, that's a remarkable point. So my last question really relates to the culture of the AI technology world. You're there in Berkeley. You have a ringside seat to what's happening in Silicon Valley with AI. You know, I'm sure many of your former students are working at AI startups. And lately in the Valley, there's this emerging kind of machismo around AI, and it goes by the phrase effective accelerationism. And if you are a person who subscribes to effective accelerationism, you tend to dismiss any concerns about AI and say that it's pointless and we must just progress. How do you think this is going to play out? And what are the stakes if in this kind of sensibility being dominant in a place like Silicon Valley?
So I think it's extremely dangerous, and it's a play on effective altruism. But effector altruism is not conclusory, right? It doesn't start from you have to believe ABC. It says try to figure out what's the best way to help the world, and then by doing research and working on it, they figured out that perhaps working on AI safety would be an important thing to do. And effective accelerationism is just almost a kind of a jingoism. It just says, well, AI is good regardless, so I'm not going to look at the risks because, that's my tribe doesn't care about risks. So we should just go ahead. But if you ask them, okay, how are you going to maintain power over systems that are more powerful than ourselves forever? They haven't the faintest idea.
And why don't they care about that? Well,
what can I say? It's just human nature, I suppose.
Well, let's hope when the lessons start to arrive that they aren't too harsh. I suppose that's something to hope for. We're out of time, and it's been a tremendous conversation. It's so wonderful to have you here at SiteTech Global, Professor Russell, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Ned. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Ned and Professor Russell. It is very helpful for us to know about the cautionary aspects of AI, especially for the blind and low vision community. Our next session gets right to that point. AI gets complicated. Emerging debates and surprising challenges. John, why don't you cue us up for this one?
Sure. For all remarkable advantages AI has brought to accessibility, there's always been a backbeat of issues. Now that AI is infiltrating more of the day-to-day experiences and generative AI is coming on fast, the variety of challenges and opportunities for blind people is growing fast. In some cases, it's all about advocating for technologies like autonomous taxis, think Waymo, to take an example, or facial recognition and description to take another example. These technologies represent big advantages for blind people, but at the same time, they are not so welcome among privacy and public safety advocates. In some cases, the challenge is making sure emerging generative AIs take into account the interests of blind people, for example, the ability to interact with Braille and e-Braille. The frontiers are emerging fast, and we have a great panel to discuss all this, moderated by another SiteTech Global veteran, Merv Hickok. Merv is the founder of AIethicist.org and a globally renowned expert on AI policy, ethics, and governance. Her research, training, and consulting work focuses on the impact of AI systems on individuals, society, public and private organizations, with a particular focus on fundamental rights, democratic values, and social justice.
Thanks, John. That was a great explanation. And over to you, Merv.
AI gets complicated, emerging debates and surprising challenges. Speakers Brian Bashan, Vice Chair, Be My Eyes, Chancey Fleet, Assistive Technology Coordinator at the New York Public Library, Sherry Wells Jensen, Associate Professor in the Department of English at Bowling Green State University, Moderator Merv Hickok, Founder, AIethicist.org.
Hello, everyone. This is Mary Hickok, founder of AIethicist.org and president for Center for AI and Digital Policy. It is a great pleasure and honor to be back at SiteTech this year. I still have conversations in my head from what we discussed last year and some of the actual partnerships that grew out of the last year's conversations. Today, I'm joined by three amazing panelists that I would like to introduce, mention your name and ask them to introduce themselves because I know I'm going to not be able to make justice to their amazing work. And then we're going to talk about AI and generative AI systems and all the controversies, the conflicts, and what we want to how we want to improve these systems. Without further ado, let me go to our first panelist, Chancey Fleet. Chancey, could you give us a bit of your background, please?
Absolutely. I am a blind technologist, and I'm the assistive technology coordinator at New York Public Library, where I curate group workshops about various tech topics, including the mindful use of generative AI. And I run our Dimensions Lab, where anybody can come in and get the space, equipment, skill building, and community that they need to create tactile graphics, images, and 3D models.
And I'm so fascinated by those conversations as well. So I have some very specific questions towards that end as well. Next, we have Brian Bashan. Brian, please go ahead.
Thanks, Merv. I'm Brian Bashan. I'm, for this purpose, vice chair of Be My Eyes, which is an app that connects 7 million volunteers with 500,000 blind people in 120 countries. 6 months ago, we married AI to that, and now blind people have the chance to use that, snap pictures, get descriptions, and it has entered us into a very interesting world that we'll talk about shortly.
Looking forward to it. And last but not least, Dr. Sherry Wells Jensen.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. I am a blind associate professor of linguistics at Bowling Green State University in Ohio. And my research and volunteer activities are centered around access to outer space for people with disabilities. And so I am an amateur but excited and hopefully a little bit linguistically informed user of all the good AI stuff that's out there.
Which is becoming more and more important conversations in the world of generative AI systems and large language models as well. Thank you for making me part of this conversation. I really look forward to the insights. Without further ado, let me do a quick introduction of set the stage for our session for our audience. As a society, we've been using AI systems for several years now, whether it is by our own choice, where we want to benefit from them, we make the decision to use them, or by being subject to these systems, such as surveillance systems, job applications, social media content moderation, just to name a few. We experience the implications of these systems, both benefits and negative consequences. Generative AI systems, such as ChatGPT, DALL-E, Midjourney, etc., bring a next wave of challenges and opportunities where this technology can be used both in the public as well as private sphere. Our emphasis in this short time we have today is on specific real-world applications and the twists and turns. AI frontiers are varied, dynamic, and very much open to the influence of the community. And if we as a community understand what's happening, learn to identify and articulate interests, the community's interest at that, and shape the outcomes in whatever forms, that is our way to shape our future and how we benefit from these systems as well. So let's start with the generative AI systems use of language and images. And I would like to have this question to all of our panelists as a starter. AI-powered language systems, whether we use it in speech recognition, voice assistants, content moderation, etc., or translation systems, we're already suffering from omission or underrepresentation of languages. Many of the world's languages themselves are not resources or underrepresented resources or represented in these data sets, not as much as English does. So my question to all of our panelists, and feel free to start as you wish. Maybe I start with Chance first. What do you see as some of the risks of omission from generative AI of identities, of languages and systems?
We already live on a planet where English is super dominant, and that has impacts for people who are attempting to engage with literature, to scholars and students who need to communicate in English because English is so dominant in those spaces. And we have an opportunity with large language models to redress some of those communication barriers, to lift up other languages and make sure that content that's created in other languages can be understood in English and vice versa. It's possible to build a bridge, but it's also possible to build a moat, because what we get out of these systems is what we put in. And if we don't put in the corpus of training data that is available from other languages, then the dominance of English is just going to be replicated, and the existing power imbalances are just going to play out again in the same old way in this new context. I think it takes intentionality and mindfulness on the part of folks that curate what goes into large language models, but I also think that it takes a conscious endeavor to engage communities that have historically been at the periphery or disengaged, and to hear from communities of non-native English speakers about how to construct a more linguistically just future with large language models and what specific steps need to be taken. We need to be listening to the voices of people who aren't represented in virtual rooms like this one.
Thanks so much for that, Chancey. Dr. Scher, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to throw in putting my linguist hat on here. So we've got 7,000 languages spoken on Earth today, which is less than we used to have. It's sort of hard to track back and know how many languages there were 1,000 years ago, but that's what we've got now. But we do recognize the trend that languages are literally dying quickly. So we've got 7,000 languages spoken now. If we continue the way we're continuing, if the curve keeps going the way the curve is going, we will lose 90% of those languages within the next century. The conservative estimate is that we will lose 50% of them, but most linguists go with 90%. So we're about to go from 7,000 languages to 700 languages. So Chancey is exactly right that this is a huge problem, and it's a loss of sort of the history of human cognition and human linguistic ability. We're not just disadvantaging people, which is terrible, but we're also sort of losing track. We will be losing track as we lose these languages of the knowledge that's stored in those languages, not just of ways of thinking, but sometimes literally names of species and what those species were good for in folk medicine. If you need a practical reason, that can be one of them, right? So if I know if I live on the Solomon Islands and my mother's mother used to treat a fever with a particular kind of plant, and we no longer know the word for that plant, or even that plant exists, as both species and linguistic diversity declines, that's a measurable, tangible loss for humankind. We'll also lose the ideas of what the human mind can do and how the human mind can link language and thought as we lose more linguistic diversity. So when I send my students out to find languages on the web, just again, like Chancey said, they're not finding them all. And this isn't just a matter of, hey, why, get on the ball and get your language on the web, my friends. It's an economic problem as well. So why is there not a full and complete sketch of the Oroha grammar, which is a language spoken on the Solomon Islands, and dictionary of that language online? Well, there are only about 30 speakers left of that language, and none of those people, unfortunately, has the economic force to cause all that work to happen. They simply can't pay for it, and linguists don't have freedom from other work to get that job done. So there's a lot of things that we lose in terms of human potential when we begin to isolate ourselves down from 7,000 to 700 languages.
You're saying not only we're losing linguistic diversity, but our collective intelligence as humanity, and
yes,
our collective heritage as well.
Right. What can a mind do? How can minds make language? We've got some idea now of what the diversity of human languages are like, but we're not even through doing, what we have. And before we get them all studied, they're disappearing at a rate of something. If you do the math, it's something like a language every 2 weeks, which is heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking indeed. Brian, I would like to get your insights about what you see as additional risks?
Yes, well, empirically with Be My Eyes, we were learning a few things. One of them is it's relatively easy to get the output from AI into many languages. In fact, right now, if you use Be My AI, you can get the output, take a picture in, I don't know, 4 or 5 dozen languages. That's not the 7,000 that Sherry was talking about, but I think that the ability to translate into hundreds of languages is soon upon us. That's not all of the problem, though. The real problem is, how do you get the AI engine to understand us? We're all three on this panel blind people. When we go up and start talking to anybody on the street, they will know we're blind, and there'll be a modification of language when they start talking to it. Sometimes that's terrible. Other times it's very useful. So like when I seek information from an AI agent, I want to know, for instance, not just a broad description of something. I might want to know, shoreline that building until you get to the opening and turn right. I want to be able to say to it, and upon my direction, I'm a blind person. I need different kinds of instructions and cues, and some things I don't particularly want to prioritize. Right now, the engine doesn't know who it's talking to, but as we start becoming a world full of diversity and difference, the individual's ability to assert who they are and then to modify what the AI is doing. It's really important. Imagine you're a low vision person. You don't need the big things described in a picture. You need the small things described first. And so that sort of modification is a new kind of language of dialogue that's yet to be developed.
Now, I would love to come back to those the points that all three of you raised in different questions. Brian, just to your point, we don't have much control, or agents as users of the current technology have much agency or control over these technologies as what we might need. It is usually what a developer or a company thinks we might, a user might need, which tends to be a wide gap, continues to be a wide gap. But following on the omission piece, issues of omission and how we could benefit if these languages were actually included and we had more control. Preparing to this panel, we had conversations about Braille. Although it is not a language per se, and as a code, we mentioned that Braille suffers from the same issues of omission. What do you think could be some of the benefits of linking eBraille to a large language model, such as ChatGPT? And Chancey, maybe I can hope to start with you again.
Sure, absolutely. So I think the benefits are pretty obvious, and then the problem is more interesting than it seems at first blush and more complex. So clearly, there is a problem in our community with on-demand access to Braille, and that might include Braille that's properly formatted for different presentation types, including the crop of eBraille capable Braille and graphics displays that you might hear about other places during SiteTech Global this week. And if human labor can be reduced and materials on demand can be prepared in an appropriate format and with appropriate markup, clearly that's a benefit to literacy in the community. But then if we go deeper, there are things about Braille and about non-visual experience that are not sufficiently, to my mind, well represented enough on the web to have all made it into large language models. So it's a sign of trouble that large language models tend to struggle with Braille, although they know dozens and dozens of languages. They can't go ahead and put a simple Braille label on a simple pie chart. But if you go a little bit deeper, there's a lot that we know about constructing tactile graphics that also doesn't seem like it's made it into the large language models. So for example, we can't semantically use color to indicate anything with tactile graphics. And so if we've got a pie chart, we may need to show different textures on that pie chart instead. Maybe we're going to use a waffle grid and a dot gradient and blank space and vertical lines. And there we have 4 wedges in a pie chart. Or maybe we're going to go to the minimalist route and simply Braille label the 4 empty otherwise wedges of a pie chart and communicate just as clearly, if not more so. So for large language models to be of maximal benefit to us, we need them to understand what is aesthetically pleasing, semantically appropriate, and legible from the standpoint of a tactile graphics user. And we've got a long way to go. I won't tell you which large language model told me this, but I was asking about some tips for preparing Braille embedded in tactile graphics a few weeks ago. And one of the tips that I got was that when you're including Braille, you should always make sure to use a bold, dark ink.
Nice.
There you go. We have the recommendation, and I'll share with you later after this panel. You know, I was playing around with Bing ahead of this panel this morning, and a bit concerning representations when I asked about you know, how a blind person uses generative AI systems, and the response I got was a white guy wearing black glasses, touching the screen monitor screen with a cane.
Oh boy!
Wow.
And I'll share the image later. But
amazing.
On the monitor was an eye as well. So I don't know like what.
I mean,
the logic behind it is, but
the LLM does seem to have a really firm grasp on the fears and stereotypes that people who are sighted have deep in their hearts.
Well, that gets to a very important point, which is, you know, these are probabilistic models. And in a probabilistic world, we are 1/3 of 1% of the population. We don't exist. And so it's not surprising, Merva, that you found such weird tropes. And the question is then, how do you tune it? How do you train it? Because the average person on the street is not the guide that I want as people understand my needs and my community's needs.
Absolutely. And, you know, this obviously generative AI systems, large language models, is not the first time we're experiencing the underrepresentation or harms or not, you know, the needs not being reflected in the design. We also talked about, speaking of, you know, some of the biases or underrepresentation. We also talked about dangers of linguistic drift. Dr. Sher, maybe you can start us with this conversation. We talked about the sanitization of disability language through the system's avoidance of identity first and liberatory languages. And I'll go over to other panelists as well, but can you expand upon how this manifests itself in generative AI systems? You know, what are the risks for this community?
I mean, I think one of the things that gets baked in pretty early on is this desire to not offend without understanding what offense is. So, for example, when I go someplace and I need help, I might hear one person call across the shop to another person. Can I get someone to help this person over here because she is special and needs some help? Instead of just using the word blind, the word blind is labeled in for some people as offensive, where it is just the adjective that describes the inability to see. And I worry a lot about the ease with which avoiding even mentioning blindness can spread. And I worry a lot about things like, if I refer to myself as a blind person, I am often corrected. What I get back from ChatGPT is that you're a person who is blind, and it's just not quite capable. I can't get it to say a blind person without carrying on at some length about my pencils and my cup. so I think there are concerns about how we want to refer to ourselves, because you think about how most of what's in there is Mr. Magoo and other representations of fictional blind people, and then maybe some of it's about real blind people, and then my individual preferences as a human being, which I would like to spread for the benefit of other human beings, aren't quite as present. And I think Chancey had a lot of really cool things to say in our talk about, in our pre-talk about the kind of world that ChatGPT represents to us when we ask, and not that it represents to us when we ask it questions.
Yeah, and absolutely. Before I go to Chancey, to you, thing is, again, none of this is like generative AI related problems, right? So we had similar things with social media and content moderation, and auto flagging of toxic language, and what social media platforms consider as toxic when you use identity first or liberator languages. We see a similar censorship and avoidance in large language models as well. But to your point, Chancey, how does generative AI systems describe us, or paint the world for us?
That's a great question. I mean, when I ask something about blind people and I get back a response about visually impaired people, it's irritating to me, but it doesn't affect me profoundly because I have like blind pride stockpiled. What I'm the most worried about is the impact on people who are coming to learn as newly blind or low vision folks, or as folks who imagine that they want to be allies, and the sort of anodyne, Hallmark ready version of disability that LLMs in their current instantiation are going to serve. And I have great hope that a different kind of representation and discovery journey is possible with large language models. But here's where we are right now. I'm very unlikely to be offered the term blind to use. I'm very likely to be offered the term low vision or visually impaired. I will be offered person first language. I will be offered sometimes solid enough information about how a blind person would go about something non-visually, but I'm unlikely to discover anything truly radical. I'm unlikely to be served, for instance, the reasons why we have a widespread Braille literacy and image literacy crisis and a tactile graphics gap, because current LLMs don't have the depth of understanding about power imbalances and systemic inequities and how those don't square up with our inherent aptitudes. There is some wisdom in the community that, to my mind, barely makes it online and often doesn't make it into the training data. So I am concerned that our representation in large language models, while not overtly offensive, is going to be sort of mediocritized, sanitized, and diluted to a point that very seldom does someone who comes looking for information within a conversation with a large language model come away with a call to action or a liberatory idea of what's possible for our community. And that, I think, needs fixing.
And on that, thank you so much for that. And I want to kind of shift the technology itself, but maybe continue with the same question with Brian. If we took, instead of large language models or just large language models, and focus on facial description technology, for example, are the descriptions that we get what a blind user might want or needs using it, facial description technology, or is that also predefined for the users?
Well, speaking for the universe of blind people, I can just maybe say that more is better. I want lots of description. I want the same ability to understand the physical appearance of people that a sighted person standing in the room has. Now, of course, we're in the middle of a legal battle about identification, but the description is something we want. Fraught with that is the dangers of bias, how you describe, what you describe, and guess what? We live in a country that there's no consensus on that, no consensus of what's PC. You know, you move to another state and it's entirely different expectations. Same in disability. So what I'm thinking about in the future is, okay, it's great that in these first few months since March 14th, we've had access to these models and that they can do what they do. Now we got to think about the interface of the future, which should bend to the desires of the individual. You know, just in some early access technology, you could say, oh, I want this described as in feet or in meters or in clock face for directions or whatever it is. I want the user ultimately to be able to prescribe all kinds of settings and preferences for where it wants its AI to focus, how much, and where do you align. This is all inchoate right now, but it's going to be how I think everybody interfaces with AI technology, because nobody wants to live in that 1950s Walt Disney world where everything is boring and perfect and the descriptors that add beauty to the universe are not there. So that's the future, I think.
Looking forward to that future where there's a driver's seat and not just a passenger seat with this technology. I'm mindful of our time. Want to ask one question again, focusing on facial recognition, but keeping it as a broader question, and go to all three of you very shortly. In an area, in a time where AI is getting better and we experience more deployments of this technology, facial recognition technology in our daily lives, what would you like to see done better in the deployment, design or deployment? We mentioned some of those, obviously, representation and ability to control the outputs, but what would be, for your personal use, the better changes in the design and deployment?
So I guess I could jump in. I mean, I agree with Brian that I want all the detail, but I also want a decision made. When I take a picture of people in my family, it describes them, but I don't know that that's really them. It will just say, it will describe them, but I think, well, I don't know what that means. And it describes me. It can't use enough specificity so that I recognize even a picture of myself. It has to tell me, and it has to tell me with some degree of what its probability rating is, because that's what sighted people get, right? They get, oh, I think that was, my neighbor on the street, but I'm not 100% sure. So it'd be nice if I could get a judgment, but then I think it's essential that that judgment be coupled with some kind of, what is my fudge factor? How sure was I? Because again, that's what sighted people get. And that's what's useful, is yeah, I think that's what it is. And how sure are you?
Thank you for that. Chansey, what about you?
Speaking frankly, I am curious about facial recognition and am delighted by it in instances when it's been available. Perhaps I notice an actor in a meme. Great, I've enjoyed myself. It is way down my list of priorities. I would prefer to have facial description. For example, for self-description, somebody took a photo of me. Am I going to, quote unquote, decide that I like it? Facial description helps me in that way. Facial recognition, on the other hand, offers me an equity of access at the same time that it potentially interacts with other people's freedoms in a really different way. We all have to worry about the potential acceleration of facial recognition for the aims of surveillance and tracking. And I'm not at all sure yet how to navigate the tension between my quote unquote right to access and the right of other folks to go unnoticed or forgotten in the digital commons if that is what they wish. And I think that we in the accessibility world and ethicists in the social justice world need to find common cause and keep having the hard conversations, because it's not an easy question. And the best possible answer will only come if we continue to dialogue really robustly and work through what all the implications are. It's my belief that we're only at the very beginning of understanding everything that we stand to gain and stand to lose.
Thank you so much for that. And nothing is black and white. And to your point, the conversations are and the decisions are, I think, going to make it break, or as you put it at the very beginning, whether these technologies will be a bridge or a moat in our lives and our access to resources. With that, I know we're 2 minutes behind schedule, past our time. Brian, very quickly, before we finish, any closing remarks from you?
Oh, well, on this business of the facial stuff, which I think people on the outside of blindness think is more important maybe than sometimes we do. I do think that the standard of who's a public figure, those people are public figures. I want to know them. I want to be able to call them out in my social feeds and elsewhere. And then an emerging solution is that for people in my life, people in Sherry and Chancey's lives, you can store this information on your local device and it only be available to you and not the cloud. And so the people who are in your life that you care about can easily be identified in photographs and other things. But as a sort of global social cloud surveillance network, I don't think anybody is pressing for that right now. There's too many people with too much libertarian and other aspirations to make that something we're likely to do in Western culture, at least. But we're on the brink of this brave new world where this technology can be used for the most amazing of humanistic things, to enrich our lives, to ennoble our lives, to integrate and all of that. But we've got to get it right. And the main thing is that the people who think about AI have to know that we exist and we matter and we should be at that digital table.
And I could not summarize and finish better, so I'm not even going to try. Thank you so much for your insights, for your closing remarks, and thank you, Chancey and Dr. Sherry, as well for your remarks. I appreciate SciTech providing us the opportunity to have this discussion today. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Merv and all. This is a super important topic. It really highlights how we as a community, blind and low vision, need to stay alert and advised to keep in mind that nothing about us without us. Our next session is entitled, Where Will AI Take Accessibility? It's a conversation with Mike Shabanik. John, can you tell us about this session?
Sure. Mike Shabanik is the head of accessibility at Meta, where he has a ringside view of the emerging AI universe. Not only is Meta one of the top contenders developing the most powerful generative AI models, it is also a player in hardware as well, with the rollout this year of Meta Quest 3 AR/VR headset and the Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses. That work, combined with leadership on the evolution of voiceover at Apple earlier in his career, provides Mike with an almost unique perspective on where accessibility and assistive tech are headed.
For this session, we're bringing back Ned Desmond, SciTech Global Executive Producer. Ned and Mike are going to discuss the future of assistive technology. So take it away, Ned.
Where will AI take accessibility? A conversation with Mike Shabanik. Speaker, Mike Shabanik, Head of Accessibility, Meta. Moderator, Ned Desmond, Founder and Executive Producer, SiteTech Global.
Well, thank you, Alice. I love your introductions. It's so great to have you as the host of SiteTech Global. So as everyone just heard, I am Ned Desmond, and I'm here today at SiteTech Global with Mike Shabanik, who's the head of accessibility at Meta, and prior to that had a similar role at Yahoo, and prior to that was the product leader on Apple's VoiceOver, among other roles at Apple. And VoiceOver, of course, is one of the most consequential bits of accessibility technology ever. When you ask Mike's colleagues at Meta, Yahoo, and Apple what Mike's like, they all say pretty much the same thing. To get along with Mike, you got to go for the home runs. He wants big ideas. So we're going to do that today. We're going to try to swing for some fences. So Mike, let's get started by talking about what Meta just rolled out. Some very impressive hardware, the Meta Quest 3 AR VR headset and the Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses. What do they represent in the evolution of AR VR experience for consumers, and what are the important advances that they represent?
Yeah, well, thanks, Ned. Great to be here with you, and looking forward to our conversation today. I think they represent some really impactful, and I'll call it accessible in the sense that they're now widely publicly available, things that are relatively affordable for a lot of people to gain access to in traditional retail stores and locations and online. That's a huge part of being accessible, as well as the usage of the product. But I think it just represents this sort of really interesting moment in the technology landscape where we sort of become very focused on a certain sort of user experience or interaction with our technology. Traditionally, like it's been like a GUI or a graphical user interface system. We're using a mouse, we're pointing to things, or maybe we're using a keyboard. And what these represent is sort of the first of this next wave of some pretty massive changes, where we're going to be doing more talking. We're going to be doing more gestures. We're going to be doing like, and not particularly in these cases, but eye gaze. We're going to be doing things with sensors. And so the way we're going to be interacting with technology is going forward going to be really radically different. And maybe it's good to just call out for a second, just because we got smartphones and we could do gestures didn't mean we stopped using personal computers, right? But if you think back and even just kind of take a consideration for a moment, most of what we're doing now is on those smartphones most of the time because they're personal and we carry them with us. And these types of products are also very personal, very adaptable, but are going to use these really different sort of interaction models. And that's really exciting because that gives us a new opportunity to address the needs of people with disabilities in a really new way.
Can you give us a concrete example that would be of particular relevance to blind users?
Yeah, so for example, with the Ray-Ban Meta glasses, those are standard Ray-Bans. They look exactly like a Ray-Ban, the famous model that's been out for decades.
They're beautiful. They're really nice.
They're gorgeous, right? And they have multiple frame shapes and sizes and colors and the whole thing. They can even take a prescription lens if you want them to. But they have a camera and microphone and speaker built in that's almost invisible. Now, we make sure that there's actually an indicator that allows people around them to know if you're taking a picture or using it for live video. But you can stream video from them, you can capture a photo, you can upload it. And what makes that great is you can decide whether you want to use a gesture to do that on the frame, or whether you just want to use your voice and say, take a picture, and post it. I won't use the wake word because I don't want to trigger a bunch of products out there, but you can imagine. So that's one where it's literally in the moment. It doesn't require you to hold something or grip something. It's sort of automatically focused. It's when you need it in the moment. And it has this really sort of transparent interactive model where you can just talk to it and ask it to take something or perform an action for you and then post it up on social media. So I think that really is a great representation of sort of this more invisible interaction model we have with technology as we go forward.
And there's a built-in AI assistant as well, right? I believe this might be the first time Meta's rolled something like that out.
Yeah, we're going to be rolling out the new Meta AI assistant, and it's going to be coming across various products. Meta Ray-Ban glasses are going to be one of those that allow you to actually start to ask questions and get information. As I mentioned, there's a speaker in those as well, so you can hear responses coming back to you.
And is this, I mean, sometimes people refer to these AIs as generative AIs or multimodal AIs because they can do a lot more than say what your Alexa or your Siri does. They can actually come up with answers to questions that may not have been sort of pre-programmed, you could say. And
yeah.
How does that work, and what does that really mean, the shift to generative AI in consumer-facing products like this?
Yeah, and I think it's important to sort of establish what we mean. So there's sort of general purpose AI, and then there's generative AI. And the difference really for generative AI is it's the idea of creating content. So for example, you type in or you ask a question with your voice and prompt it, and then it returns output in either a text output where you say, hey, write me a letter, an introductory letter for someone I want to meet, or something like that, or create an image for me. And so for example, like on some of our social media products, you can create stickers, things that you would use in a chat, and say, hey, I want a sticker, but there's not one that I want in the list of sort of pre-configured stickers. So I can prompt the AI and say, could you create me one of those? You know, like a dinosaur riding a pony or something, and it will generate it instantly and allow you to then use it in your conversation. And so these are sort of I guess I'll call them the second wave of AIs. I think the first ones are sort of canned response, pretty straightforward, fundamental things. These are going to be more creative, far more interactive, and have far more, I guess I'll call it a wider domain of things you can interact with or ask them about. But I think it touches on something I wanted to share, which is I think one of the really critical changes here is the ability to generate content. You know, we talk a lot about accessibility, and honestly, most of the focus and effort I see in the industry is around consumption, and rightfully so, because we're all consumers of this kind of media and landscape. But the ability for someone to create something in a new way, for example, imagine this. Today, if someone wanted to create an image, if you were a professional or commercial producer, even like, you know, somebody at home, you probably are using something like Adobe Photoshop. And the level of difficulty of trying to make that interface accessible to someone who's blind is so staggering. But if you could simply type something or say something and generate a high quality photographic image, that's game changing. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about AI and its ability to be generative and to create content for you. And I think that is going to open the door for people with vision loss in a way that has really not been possible before. Most of the effort, most of the difficulty, most of the frustration has been around sort of making the control systems, the menus work. And here we have a completely, I'll call it sort of I won't call it a backdoor, but a side door to the same process that is so easy and so compelling. I'm super excited about that. I think a lot of people are starting to understand what that's going to mean.
Yeah, the implications are very far-ranging, and I don't think we've even begun to explore all the possibilities. But just to clarify one point, though, the Meta Quest 3 and the Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses aren't really accessibility tools on their own, right? I mean, they have some accessibility built in, but they're not really designed that way. But what you're saying is some of the technology built into them is giving us a kind of view into the future of things that may be rising in other types of hardware, deploying AI in new ways that could present some very interesting possibilities. Could you develop that a little bit? You know, when we've talked in the past, you mentioned, for example, that interactions with hardware could change dramatically, and partly along the lines of what you've just described, interacting with voice, but in other ways as well. I mean, you've cited the example of creating imagery, but then there's also that idea of interacting with memos, the side door, as you mentioned. So how does this start to spill over into the world of accessibility and the technology that people have come to really love and rely upon?
Yeah, it's a really great question. And you've opened a couple of avenues here, so I'll see if I can cover some of these. I may ask you to prompt me on some of those if I forget. I think the first thing to mention is Quest 3 and Ray-Ban. On Quest 3, there are specific features for people with vision loss. So we have things like high contrast settings, and even for people who are color sensitive, being able to shift the color space to make it easier to see. We have larger fonts, so you can make it easier to read in those things. And so there are specific features that we're already building in. We have an accessibility settings area that has a variety of different accessibility settings. So we're starting to see sort of the traditional model of, hey, let's have some adaptations that will welcome people and make those products more useful for a broader audience. And we're going to be expanding those over time for sure. In the Meta glasses or the Ray-Ban glasses, we talked about sort of voice control and response. There's actually an app that goes with these products. So there's even another surface and another potential interaction model. And I think this points to what you were just talking about. These products, we interact with them in a very different way. We use them in different situations, places, right? So Ray-Ban is really designed to walk around the world. Like you can go outside and go do things and be wherever you want. Quest 3 is really designed to sort of be indoors, be in a room where you are. And so we think of sort of like productivity solutions. And if you are trying to tracking where these are heading, while games are awesome in Quest 3, absolutely, we're also working really hard because we recognize this actually has potential for productivity in the way that today we use sort of a desktop computer or laptop computer. So for example, let's say that you're limited by space in your physical location. You're in a small apartment, you're in a dorm at a small desk, what have you. You can't afford a large screen with large fonts and big pictures because you don't physically have the space. In a Quest 3, you could have a huge large screen display. You could literally have like a movie theater size display in this virtual reality. And you can change the contrast and you can change the font size. And you can bring it closer, you can walk farther away. There's so many more possibilities now that sort of escape the limits of the physical world to give you access in ways that just aren't even considered in terms of sort of the traditional desktop or laptop form factors, right? Being able to take like a Ray-Ban with you and have access to the AI agent, or be able to use gestures instead of sort of just talking, like having the ability to use the right mechanism in the moment. Again, typically you have one or the other, and that's how the product is designed. These, in a sense, are multimodal, where all of a sudden it's like, in some cases I'll use a gesture, in other cases I'll use my voice, and in other cases I might do something else. And so I think that's sort of, this is the new wave of things. It's going to be really, really different.
I was looking, I mean, in the evolution of accessibility technology has been very much one of purpose-built products, and maybe the best example of all is the screen reader. So the computer world raced ahead with keyboards and mouses, and then eventually figured out how to circle back and in an imperfect way develop this remarkable technology called screen readers. What does technology like screen readers look like in this new emerging world? How could it potentially be different?
Yeah. Boy, that's something I think about a lot. Having worked on voiceover so many years ago and really dug in deep on like what the screen reader experience should be. And it was really predicated on what the experience was we were trying to translate for people. And a great story about this, when we first invented the voiceover screen reader and people started using it, the comment we got back at the time was, something's wrong with this screen reader. And we're like, well, what's wrong with it? He said, well, because the menus are at the top of the screen all the time. They're not in the window I'm in. And we said, well, because that's how a Mac works. That's literally the experience we're trying to translate for you. And they said, no, that's not how a computer works, because they'd only ever had access to Windows. And that's how Windows work. And they assumed that's how every computer must work. And of course, the Mac's very different. It was the first time they realized it wasn't the screen reader, it was the device they were using that had a different experience attached to it. And that opened up a completely new sort of mindset about, oh, not every product's the same. And my screen reader isn't the product, it's translating the product for me. So when we get to experiences like VR, we're having to think really hard about how do you translate an experience that's all around you, that can change, that you can walk through, that feels more like being outdoors or in different environments than sort of a two-dimensional screen that sort of has, top to bottom, left to right texts or windows or things like that. And so I think this is where, boy, the context is so interesting now, because now we have devices, like headsets and AR glasses and things. We have the ability to do gestures and voice and eye gaze and all kinds of new sort of interaction models. And now you have these sort of new virtual spaces that are, all encompassing. How do you bring all these together? And what's so fascinating is that we can, like, there's a moment where all of these things suddenly get to a point of maturity where there's going to be a breakthrough. And we don't always know when that's going to happen, but we know it's going to happen, right? And this sort of goes back to like having a smartphone, but you have to have internet that's wireless, and that could be cellular or Wi-Fi, and you have to have small enough chips and, all those things. And suddenly, boom, you've got smartphones. And they're super amazing, and they've been amazing ever since they've been created. And that changed the market, changed how we think about technology, changed our everyday lives. And I think that moment is coming soon, where all of these things like AI and these headsets and these multimodal interactions are going to come together, and something huge is going to happen. So I'm excited by that. I hope everybody who's listening and watching is excited by that. And there's just people working on every edge of this to figure out like what's it going to be. So when we get to screen readers, like the way I'm thinking about this, and I think Meta's thinking hard about this as well, we want to be able to bring in the 2D experiences you're familiar with into these virtual worlds. So for example, if you're sitting at a virtual desk using a virtual personal computer, maybe you have 2 screens, maybe you have 1 screen, who knows, in this virtual world, we want to sort of replicate that experience you're used to with a traditional screen reader. But what about the environment you're sitting in? What if I leave that environment and go into another space? It could be a home, it could be a game environment, could be whatever. You're going to need something that can sort of describe to you what's going on, but you're not going to want to like move a cursor 360 degrees up, down, left, and right and ask what's in the cursor. That just doesn't really make sense. So our thinking really is that it's going to feel more like if you took a friend with you to go somewhere. So you step out of your house, you go outside, and you kind of get in a car, or you get in a bus, or they drive you, and you go to a place, and you kind of say, well, are we near the store? Or I want to go here. Can you take me there? And it's more of an interaction. It's a dynamic conversation. And you ask different questions based on the input. So, hey, I hear a fountain. Are we near water? Yeah. Oh, that's a fountain. That's a piece of art. Oh, that's really cool. Or, hey, I smell the popcorn. Are we near a theater, right? These moments will happen to us. And I think in the virtual world with a screen reader, it's not going to be a screen reader. It feels to me more like an AI agent who is with you at all times that you can ask questions of, or can prompt you and say, hey, this is happening. Do you want to go take care of that? So it could be a notification or a message. It could be, hey, I noticed someone else just came online and you've been talking with them the last 3 days. Do you want to send them a message and let them know you're here? So it's going to be a combination, I think, a hybrid model between sort of bridging the old world in, so you still have that capability, but introducing you to this completely new way of interacting in this space. And that's going to be a little scary, but it's also going to be incredibly exciting. And it's going to unlock a lot of really interesting opportunities to create new experiences for people that are far more accessible.
Now, the world you're describing is in the virtual world, I think. Is that right?
That's right. And then there'll be a sort of a different one. The augmented reality is I'm going to leave in the real world and take my glasses or my sensors or whatever those are with me and be prompted as I move through the street for direct. Today we think about directions on a mobile phone. We can hear them in our, earbuds or something. But there'll be sort of that same sort of agent. I think will be available to us. Like I said, the Meta AI agent or others. And I think one of the other interesting things we didn't get to yet, but you'll be able to have your own personalized AIs. And I think that's something that Meta's been talking about and introduced. We've got about 28 different character AIs in some of our products. And we're going to be rolling out more, but also the AI Studio will enable people to create their own personal AIs as well. So it's not going to be something, again, the model's kind of getting broken. It's going to be really unleashed where we sort of assume that someone makes something for me and that's what I get to use. You're going to have a lot more creative control over these things. It's going to be a pretty amazing world.
Well, creative control and also the capacity of the AI to adapt to you. I mean, at the Connect event, which is the big tech rollout Meta has every year, it was an interesting conversation among a couple of your colleagues along the lines of imagining an AI that knows your just even the peculiarities of how you type, so that it knows that you're always going to miss that key, so you don't miss that key anymore because it just knows.
Right.
And a million.
Yeah, it's a great point, Ned. Like most people don't realize when you're typing on a smartphone, it actually isn't necessarily typing where you put your finger. Like it's actually, because we've turned this off in the past where you turn it off and see how well you type. You can't type at all. But like it knows if you type the first 3 letters of TH, the next letter is pretty likely going to be E. And so you just have to get close. Your brain thinks, oh, I touched the E, but you really didn't. But it kind of knows that's what you meant. And that's where we get sort of the word prediction and the word correction. And we know that some of those have been awesome and some of those have been terrible. But we also know that without it, you can't even really use the product. And so the trick, of course, is to improve those over time and make them more accurate and learn how you type. And of course, now there's multiple different ways to sort of skim across a keyboard on a phone. But I think that's a good example of AI has been with us a long time. It's been helping us in various ways. Sort of the breakout moment was ChatGPT, where it was called AI. There was a thing you could go do, and it was pretty broadly available to everybody. And so it's exciting to see that kind of get some spotlight and allow us to really talk through what this is going to mean.
Right. Well, this idea that we might have AI agents in the real world that have a strong sense of a lot of things, where we are, what we're trying to accomplish, the world around us. Sometimes these are referred to as multimodal AIs. They're taking in lots of data from different places. They even appear to be sensate sometimes, at least if you watch the sci-fi movies like Her or Blade Runner 2049 or something like that. And this really has Silicon Valley in its grip at the moment. As you know as well as I do, there are several hardware companies coming out that have a device that's really just meant to embody an AI. It's a pin or it's a pendant or something you wear, and you communicate with your AI through that.
Yeah.
Do you think these are ahead of their time? You've been around Silicon Valley a long time. Do you think we're there yet?
That's a good question. In a couple of years, I'll be able to say, yeah, it was of its time. Of course that happened. But right now, it's hasn't really happened yet, I think. But I think, again, like things like the Meta, the Ray-Ban Meta glasses with an AI agent in them, it sort of becomes, it's just with you all the time. You forget. I mean, I don't know. I wear glasses. You wear glasses. We're wearing them now. And we sort of forget as glasses users that we even have them on.
Right.
I mean, I've gone out of the house like, where's my glasses, Mike? You're wearing them. Oh, that's right. And so I think that these AI agents over time, like not right today, but I think over time will start to be embedded and be where we need them, and we will carry them in different ways, whether it's through something like the glasses, whether it's through something that we wear on our wrist, which we're also working on some technology there. It might be something you carry in your pocket in your phone. It's going to be in places where you need it, I guess. And I think part of the exciting part is where do you need it and when do you need it and what's the most convenient way to have it. And you'll choose your interaction. You'll choose the way that you sort of bring that to life. And you sort of alluded to this, like in the VR space, you could ultimately create avatars that are actually embodied in the virtual world that act and serve as that agent. You can have multiple of them. They could be ones you create or ones that are provided for you or somebody else uses. But
that's crazy. So take your avatar out of your VR world and into the real world.
Right. And this is, by the way, this connects the dots on what we've been talking about with the metaverse, right? We've said very clearly that it's not going to be just Meta creating the metaverse. It's going to be a collaborative industry effort with lots and lots of different companies and individuals contributing to this. But this idea of being able to carry it with you and move from place to place and not have sort of the silos that have been traditional in the technologies landscape previously, we're really working hard to see that we can maybe make that less siloed. And so these things can carry over from the virtual world to the real world and have some continuity there. So that's another area I think that hasn't really gotten a lot of attention, but I hope connects the dots for a lot of people about like why this is such a big deal.
Yeah, it's remarkable. So one last question in the realm of design. So there's always this tension between purpose-built technology for accessibility and the idea that any good technology really shouldn't exclude people. It's this notion of universal design, and we see the tension in this in different ways. For instance, the Waymo vehicles ripping around San Francisco right now that are so popular with people, especially people who have sight challenges, because it's just a better experience overall than, say, taking an Uber. And Waymo's not perfect, not even close yet, but that might be an example of a universal design, because so much of what they did to accommodate people on the accessibility front was actually great for the overall experience of a Waymo. And then, of course, you've got a lot of purpose-built technology, which is also great out there. But do you see AI altering that tension at all? Do you think that the world is going to be different as a result of the incredible sort of flexibility that these advanced AIs bring to a lot of equations?
Yeah, if we think about it on a continuum, I think that it's going to slide very far, very fast. So you talk like it's pretty well known. Sarah Hendren said all technology is assistive technology, right? It enables anyone to do more than they could do otherwise. That's why we use the technology, right? I'm either faster or smarter or better informed or communicate farther than I could otherwise. I think what's happening, at least the way I envision this going forward, is the number of products that are sort of more universal is going to grow dramatically. And they're going to be far more inclusive. And we can already sense this with some of our conversation about where AI is assisting people in generating new content or providing information or answers or direction or what have you, and always sort of being available to us. These are things that are universally beneficial. And so I think we're going to have to start getting more comfortable as we go forward with the idea that while assistive technology has its place, so much more of the sort of generally designed products are going to be so much more inclusive over time that it might actually become a little uncomfortable because it might start feeling like they're not designing this as an assistive thing. They're just designing a good tool. And I can remember this vividly when we came out with the iPhone, and I was at Apple at the time, and we were introducing this, and people were giving me the argument, and pretty vociferously, that this wasn't an assistive device. And I said, no, it's so universally designed that you're sort of missing it. Like, it's just got one button. You don't have to think too hard. It's not complicated. It has a grid of icons. You don't need a book to learn how to use it. It's always on. It's always connected. Like and of course we brought in assistive technology features to improve it over time, but there was so much, and that was a precursor to this. There was so much that was sort of universally valuable. And I think when VoiceOver came out, particularly for the blind, everybody who uses VoiceOver and their smartphone, and of course an Android with TalkBack, started to understand the universal benefit of a smartphone. And the assistive technology was actually, even though there were some breakthroughs there, in a sense, a smaller part of the story, because it's the phone, the smartphone itself, that's so valuable, not necessarily the assistive tech. That was just the enabler to get to it. And we've lived now through a 10-year cycle of, wow, this is amazing. And for the first time, the blind and vision loss community got to live in the moment as it was happening with a brand new technology platform. And so we're working really hard to make that the same as we move into these new technologies, whether it's AI or VR or augmented glasses or smart glasses, so that they can experience that same sort of benefit at the same time and not have to wait or come later. So that's the work that's going on in the industry. That's what's going on behind the scenes. We're working really hard to make that happen. And it's really exciting. I mean, things I've struggled to try and bring to the market because of just technology limits are suddenly now available to me and to many other companies. So it's going to be a pretty wild and fun ride going forward.
Yeah, well, the future is nothing if not exciting. So we're out of time, I'm sorry to say, Mike, and thank you very, very much for joining us. I'll throw it back to Alice. Thanks again.
My pleasure. Thanks,
Take care. Bye-bye.
It is always great to hear what Mike is thinking about. About 2 years ago, we honored Mike Shabanik at Vista Center's honors event. Our next session, author Andrew Leland on his instant classic, The Country of the Blind. John, have you read this book?
Not yet, Alice, but I hope to. It's certainly getting great reviews. But here's a quick introduction. Andrew slowly lost his sight as an adult to the unpredictable course of retinitis pigmentosa. What's special about Andrew is that he is an author and journalist of considerable skill who can relate in a wonderfully compelling detail the personal experience of losing their sight while also starting a family, maintaining social work connections, and navigating many perspectives on blindness swirling in the American scene. I'm sure there'll be lots of intelligence in this conversation, and none of it is artificial, just the good old-fashioned humankind. Our moderator for this session is Daryl Adams, the Director of Accessibility at Intel and a big fan of the book, as well as a friend of Andrew.
Over to you, Daryl.
Andrew Leland on his instant classic, The Country of the Blind. Speaker, Andrew Leland. Moderator, Daryl Adams, Director of Accessibility, Intel.
Thank you, Alice and John. And it is my pleasure to be able to sit down today and have a candid conversation about sight loss with Andrew Leland. Andrew is the author of The Country of the Blind, a memoir at the end of sight. And beyond being an author, Andrew is also a journalist, producer, longtime podcast host, and overall arts and culture kind of guy. So Andrew, welcome to SightTech Global.
Oh man, thanks so much for having me. I'm psyched to be here.
Awesome. You know, you and I share a diagnosis and really a lived experience with retinitis pigmentosa, or RP. And this is a retinal disease where we're gradually losing our eyesight from the outside in. Mm-hmm. And reading your memoir just really struck a chord with me in terms of just, it felt like my own story in so many ways. So I'm just curious, what prompted you to want to share this personal journey with the rest of the world through your memoir?
I mean, there's a bunch of things that made me want to share it. I think the main impetus was the ambiguity of being low vision. And I had this experience when I started using a cane full time, maybe coming up on 8 years ago now or so, where, I still was able to see like the don't walk sign, or I could like look at my phone with the text magnified, or there's all kinds of things I could see. But I had my cane, and people see the cane and they just think, oh, okay, there's like a totally blind guy. And just constantly all day long, I was experiencing this kind of ricocheting between like feeling, as I read in the book, like too blind to be sighted, too sighted to be blind. And that, I think, made me really want to try to communicate this experience to the world, but also to myself in some ways. Because I think the more I thought about it, the more I realized like I hadn't quite wrapped my head around what that means. Like, what does it even mean to be low vision? Like, am I blind? When does that kind of category include me? So it was as much a way to explain it to myself as to the world. But I think that ambiguity is something that really inspires a desire to push back against those binaries and say like, hey, actually, there is a lot of fluidity in this experience world. Why don't you follow me down this path?
Yeah, that's like, it's such an interesting thing, because I'd been telling people after reading the book that you've given me a new vocabulary. And one of those examples was that too sighted to be blind, too blind to be sighted type of mantra. Because when I try to explain to people what I see and what I don't, it's like, it's just difficult to put into words because it is so context dependent.
Yes.
So it's continuously evolving over time. I kind of felt like, or I do feel like I am never an expert in my own condition, in the sense that as soon as I learn something new and there's ways to get around things that I was previously unable to do, along comes another challenge that I have to go figure out. And that's where I think what I really appreciated about the way that you've put the story on paper is that you really kind of differentiated this notion of being losing sight as a physical component versus the emotional and psychological aspects, and working through those independently. What do you think in terms of starting with the physical pieces?
Yeah.
Where did you first start seeing the need for change?
Change in my own behavior, you mean?
Yeah.
It's such an interesting question. And I think you're absolutely right that I think the way that we tend to think about medical, issues in general, whether it's a, disease, an illness, an injury, diagnosis, it's this very external thing, right? Like the doctor has like some measurement tools, and then it kind of is imposed on you, like, okay, you have this many months to live, or you will never use your right arm again. There's this medical authority that I think as a culture, at least in the US, certainly we just put so much stock in it. And one thing that this experience of gradual vision loss from RP has showed me is just how subjective it is. And then I have to be careful about that, because there still is a sort of undeniable scientific, like, my retinal cells are legit dying, right? And like there is a scientific measurement you can make of that. But even that scientific measurement is largely based on my own subjective response to like an eye chart or to a Goldman periphery test. And so that's like the beginning of my understanding of the sort of fluidity again, and the sort of spectrum and the murkiness of what I originally conceived of as like a very kind of binary scientific process. But then even beyond that murkiness of like of sort of the difficulty of measuring it, the thing that I've realized when I started researching rehabilitation, which is sort of like the industry term for it, but like, cane training or learning assistive technology, Braille, the question of like, when do you start to use a screen reader, for example, or when do you start to use a white cane? Like, it's not like, there's no, like, I really wanted like, the president of blindness.com to call me up and be like, Andrew, congratulations. Like, it is now time for you to use a white cane between the hours of 8 and 11, but really you have to make the call yourself. And just, having talked to so many folks with RP and just blind people in general, it's a very common story of like, okay, like third close call with whatever it was, whether it's driving or, an injury or something, like, I guess I need to use the cane or use a screen reader. And And that's just such, again, it's back to that idea of ambiguity. It's like you really have to intentionally and internally make that decision, and no doctor or trainer or anybody else can really do it for you.
Yeah, when you you mention and you describe your doctor's visits, and I had the sensation that you were like in the same office that I was, although we were not. It was incredible how similar the discussion was, and the expectations that were set, and how that changes over time. And I just like, and I know that there's so many people going through that same set of diagnosis, emotional evolution, go down this path, and it's really heartening to be able to see this like in print, to understand that you're not alone in the And I was also thinking about, you mentioned the white cane as a good example of the tools of the trade, essentially, as you move closer toward blindness and needing to understand, obviously needing to be needing to learn orientation mobility skills in order to be independent. And I thought it was just really, again, like almost, it feels like probably near universal scenario where you have to start using a cane or doing something different in order to remain independent, but there's a resistance to the cane. And
yeah,
I just wonder, you mentioned carrying the cane around for a long time, all folded up and just kind of hiding it, but just in case. And I was so much in that same boat, and I'm so thankful to be beyond that now. And I'm just curious, like, do you have, based on your experience and based on all of the people that you've talked to in your travels, any advice for people that are starting this journey and are carrying that cane, or maybe not even yet to that point, like how to get past that a bit and just more comfortable with the blindness as an identity? Yeah,
that's such a tough one. And this is advice that I've gotten myself. And I've gotten it in various guises with varying degrees of bedside manner. One person said to me, I said to somebody, I won't name them, but they, I was kind of asking them this question about screen readers. And I was like, look, like I can see my screen with magnification A-okay. Like this was maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And I can see my phone. Like, is it really worth it to start learning voiceover and JAWS or whatever now? And they said to me, like, well, I don't know. Like when you lose the ability to see your screen comfortably, like, do you think you're going to have an emotional reaction to that? And I was really, this is a blind person. I was really taken aback. And I was like, yeah, I think so. And they're like, well, then you're probably not going to like be in the mood to like be memorizing keyboard shortcuts at that juncture, right? Like better to do it now. And at the moment, it rubbed me the wrong way. It was kind of this like tough love moment. But in retrospect, I think that's incredibly good advice, because it's true. Like when you inevitably have this sort of grieving moment or grieving process, that I think to grow up with sight and then to lose it, like even if you're just like a total, guru, yogi, like enlightened, just like figured it out, harnessed the power of it, like you have to grieve that loss to some degree, I think. And everybody does it to a different degree or a different style. But like in that grieving process, that's not when you want to be like figuring out how screen readers work, right? Or like how cane travel, like the fundamentals of it. There's inevitably going to be a lot of adaptation that's going to have to happen. And so I really took that to heart. But it's still like that's easier said than done, because the question is like, well, how much in advance do you do it? And like if I had done that like 10 years ago, I think it would have felt really silly in some ways, like just like practicing voiceover for 10 years before I even like needed it at all. So I think it requires like a little bit of projection, but it's hard to know how much projection, because like my eye doctor, I think like most eye doctors tend to be pretty wary of giving any like concrete, like, well, I think probably like we're looking at 2027, you're going to not, and they don't really know either. So yeah. So the advice I would give is like, try to stay ahead of the curve always. Don't be like bonkersly ahead of the curve where you're just like, if you're still driving, you don't necessarily need to like learn how to use a cane, but like, I like to compare it to having a kid, actually, because I remember when my wife Lily was first pregnant, it was kind of like, oh my God, like how are we going to deal with this? And then I was like, well, we have 9 months to figure that out, right? And then it was like Oscar was born, and it was like, oh my God, how are we going to do this? And it's like, well, he like can't really go anywhere, so we have like time to like buy those little plastic thingies to put in the plugs, you know. And there was, I think with RP, there is like that kind of like natal sense of a built-in track to kind of prepare ahead of the game. And you don't really know what to expect, but you can also sort of be savvy about it. And of course, this is like a very particular version of the blindness experience. There are people who go blind overnight and they don't have that luxury. But I think for guys like you and me who have this like, you know, 4% of your visual field a year, like drip, 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 like I think that's the way to approach it.
Awesome. That's fantastic. And you know, you speak about Lily and Oscar, and it makes me wonder more also about you mentioned a bunch about how your relationships evolve, and just thinking about being basically introspecting on who you are as a person, who you are as a, you know, boyfriend, then husband, then father, and how losing sight does and does not impact that your roles in the family. And curious of what kind of today, after what you've been through now with the book and everything post book, what are your thoughts on that? Like, how do you see your journey into blindness impacting positively and negatively your relationships?
That's a tough one. I mean, I think those relationships in particular, it's been really positive. You know, I mean, I think Lily and I have certainly had to go through, and we continue to go through adjustments. You know, we were just on a trip to we went to Berlin for a week over Thanksgiving, and at night I would kind of follow them, and sometimes they would just like cross the street and I wouldn't know that they had crossed the street, and I would be stuck there, but I would sort of be and by the time I realized, I like wasn't sure if it was safe to cross, and it left me feeling a little like bummed out, you know, like I had been left behind. Or like other times when like I was following them into a building and like I couldn't see where the door was. And, you know, something I picked up when I went to the Colorado Center for the Blind, one of the teachers there was like, you know, when you're opening a door for a blind person, it helps to say like door on the left. And so I just said that to Lily, like for the first time. I was like, you know, it's helpful if you say that. You know, she did it like 2 or 3 times, then forgot and stopped doing it, you know, and I was like, when we cross the street, like it would be helpful if you guys would just say like crossing so that I can like know, you know, and that they got better at. And Oscar was like, he's great because he like, it's like a project for him, you know. It's like, okay, cool, like this is something I can do, and like he gets very enthusiastic about it. So he was like crossing, you know, and it was like this evolving process. And by the end of the trip, they were both doing it. And so that's all to say that like the adjustments that I have to make, like they wouldn't know to do that. I can't expect them to like figure out to say door on the left without me learning about that practice. And so it's this kind of like, it's not a push and pull, but it's more like a, you know, like if you imagine like, I don't know, somebody holding you'll appreciate this metaphor because I know that you've done running with a tether. You know, it's a little bit like that, right? It's like there's like slack in the rope, and then there's no slack in the rope, and it's kind of like that. Where like, but it only works if I do the work myself. And I think one of the big and painful breakthroughs that I had to go through that I document in the book that you know, Lily was very generous in letting me document, was that original moment where I think I just expected her, like through some magic of empathy, to like figure all that out on her own, you know, and be like, oh, of course, like using a cane would be difficult, and now I understand that you need to use it, without my saying a word to her about it. And I felt really resentful, like, why are you so freaked out about this cane? Like, don't you just instantly get it? You know, and it took years for me to figure out, okay, I have to wrap my head around this, and then that will give me the ability to communicate it to them.
Yeah, thank you for that. That is, I feel again, that's so similar in the sense that, you know, I feel like over the years as my kids were growing up, I felt a lot of challenges around not being able to participate in driving them to sports events and all the different things that they do growing up, and having to try to be equal, and just and also being very open and about what we can and cannot do, and what is to be expected, and how to work together to be like really that partner and father and whatnot. And just really, but I think the thing that's just kind of amazing about the whole thing is that at the end of the day, it just feels like it's such a close family relationship, and that my kids have a sense of what I can do and what I can't, and are so wanting to help, so it's like it's just that feeling of, just being there for you is kind of amazing, and they just know what to do, when to do it, and just it's really neat.
Yeah, I mean, that makes me think about, like, I think one of the big things that I learned in researching and writing this book came from like the blind community, which is this idea, like, I think you hear it in the phrase alternative techniques. I think like the word accommodations has this association, for me anyway, growing up, of like, oh, you have a special need. Like, it's in the phrase special needs. Like, oh, you have special needs, so we're going to make an accommodation for you. And it makes it just feel like blindness or disability is this very negative thing that requires a sort of like act of charity, and that's the last thing you want from your family, right? Like, oh, like, we're all having fun, but like, let's like add a little bit of charity for like disabled family member. But I think it's one thing that I've learned is that, like, if you reframe it and you think about like the word alternative, it's like a value neutral term, right? It's not a lesser than technique. It's not like we all do it the good way, but then you have to do it the crappy way. It's just like, no, like, blindness requires this other route. And I really feel that, like, that can sound sort of Pollyanna-ish or whatever, but I in practice I've experienced it, and I experienced it with my family, where it's like, sure, let me think of a specific example, like, I mean, just what I was just saying about like walking around this dark and foreign city with my family. Like, yeah, they have to say crossing or door on your left. That's not like a burden. That's just like an alternative technique. Like, some people just cross the road without saying anything, but our family, we say something. Like, who cares? Alternative.
Exactly. Fantastic. So I think we'd be remiss if we, this is SiteTech Global Technology Conference, and we might want to just have a quick word on technology here. So given everything that you've learned, the skills that you've developed, the people that you've spoken with, and your experience to date, can you think of a particular current barriers, technology barriers, access barriers, things that just aren't quite as good as you'd like them? Like, if there's one thing that you could change, that you feel would make the most meaningful difference right now for you, what would that be?
For me, oh wow, that's a tough one.
And keep in mind that the audience here is going to be people that are in the business of innovation and the cutting edge of technology. And
yeah.
So,
I mean, okay, yeah, all right. Well, we've got a bunch of like engineers with unfettered access to resources and ingenuity. Where's my flying car? My autonomous flying car. I mean, transportation, I think, just where I live, is a big one. You talk about the family thing of like wanting to, take your family out to the sporting event or whatever. I think autonomous vehicles would be a game changer for me. I mean, one thing that I'll say on that front that I feel like in my infancy as a blind person is this really interesting conundrum of trying to figure out what is actually an access barrier and what is just me like still wrapping my head around how assistive technology works. And I'm like, even in the last like 3 months, I feel like I've leveled up enough to like the point where I can sort of figure out if something is accessible or not, versus like me just not knowing how to use JAWS or VoiceOver. But that is, I think, an underappreciated aspect of accessibility. I think it's and I know blind people who are like just sort of entering this world, or like just maybe not even legally blind yet, but they're like, they like the political flavor of being like, this website is inaccessible, that's unacceptable, I hereby cancel you. And I think it's important to have that kind of advocacy and activism. But at the same time, like, there's so many cases when I look at these, whatever it is, like website, piece of software, and I'm like, is it inaccessible, or like, is it just broken on like the level of of how it works. I mean, I'm kind of interested in your perspective on that question because, because just of the by virtue of what you do all day. But like accessibility is a much much more slippery concept than I originally gave it credit for, I think.
Well, I love the answer because there is so much to be said about an individual's skill set, right?
Mm-hmm.
How well you know the tools that you're provided, and then also those tools evolve as well. So we're just in a continuously evolving landscape of, the eyesight decline, but then all of the technologies that are coming to bear over time that are helping improve things, but that also brings change, and change means you have to adapt. And so this adaptation is the key. But I think my intuition on the technology is that we're going to continue to see just kind of more easily, I'll use the word accessible, means of communicating with each other through the use of technology. But I think what we'll end up seeing is much more personalized relationship with computing. And so instead of having just a general computer that is designed for everybody, our experiences will be generated in real time, and the generation of that experience will be based on your abilities. And so you can see a little bit, what you're presented with will be what you can see, and not something that you can't. If you can't see it all, your experience will be conversational, period. And it's not going to be reading the screen; it's going to be conversing with you and answering, engaging. So I think we're seeing a lot of that today, and I'm excited to see where it goes. But certainly, there's I guess my point on that would be that we're not, what we know today will certainly be different tomorrow. The one thing I can say is things are going to change, and they're going to change dramatically.
I know Josh Mealy is a part of this conference, and there's something that he said that I think speaks to that, and just to my original sense of the slipperiness of the idea, where I think originally I had the sense of accessibility as a binary, where it's the checkout button is not labeled, so you physically can't check out with a screen reader. But he made this point that if you have to tab 23 times to get to the checkout button, that's also a form of inaccessibility. And that idea, and Chancey Fleet, who's another sort of mentor of mine in a way of just or I think just a thought leader, and I've learned so much from her perspective on technology. She talks about how it's like a second class citizen experience of being a technology user. And so I think there's real hope in what you just said, that the platform could be conformed to the user rather than this sort of universal design model where it's hopefully everybody gets to come along. Maybe that kind of second class experience of tabbing 47 times, even if it's technically accessible, will go by the wayside.
That is the hope.
Yeah.
Well, I really do want to thank you so much for being vulnerable, writing the book. You're a fantastic communicator. The book is wonderful. I think it adds so much to the conversation on blindness and vision loss. And thank you for joining us today as well. Really, really appreciate it.
Wow, thank you so much, Daryl. I really appreciate your saying that. And thanks for having me.
So thank you, Daryl and Andrew. That was such a touching conversation. I read this book, loved it, and I encourage all of you to look into it as well. Our next session is entitled Glidance. It is not a cane. It is not a dog. It is a self-driving mobility device. So we're going to hear more about some technology. John, can you tell us about this?
For years, technology has experimented with ways to assemble powerful new technologies like computer vision, digital navigation, and a variety of sensors to help blind and visually impaired people navigate more easily. Former Microsoft engineer Amos Miller, who is blind himself, had an idea. Why not create a device that uses multimodal AI technology to guide users by attaching the familiar concept of a cane to a small two-wheeled assembly that guides the user with steering and brakes to their destination? Well, why not? It seems like anything is possible these days. To moderate the conversation with Amos, we have another legendary blind technologist, Josh Mealy, a principal accessibility researcher at Amazon, as well as a blind scientist, community leader, and inventor. In 2021, Mealy was named a MacArthur Fellow for developing devices to enable the blind and visually impaired people to access everyday technologies and digital information.
So I'm just saying that I absolutely love my guide dog, Cora. However, I am very interested in hearing more about this technology. So over to you, Josh.
Glidance. It's not a cane. It's not a dog. It's a self-driving mobility aid. Amos Miller, founder, Glidance. Moderator, Dr. Josh Mealy, Principal Accessibility Research, Amazon.
Thanks so much, Alice. It is such a pleasure to be here at SciTech Global 23. And today I'm speaking with Amos Miller, who is a well-known innovator in the area of wayfinding and orientation mobility technologies that support blind people in independent travel. And Amos, always great to talk to you. But for those who aren't already familiar with your work, do you mind introducing us to a little bit of your background?
Josh, thank you very much. It's really great to talk to you and to be here at SciTech Global. I think I love the energy of the innovation around this event. I'm the founder and CEO of Glidance, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. But prior to that, I spent many years at Microsoft Research. Most recently, I led the development of Microsoft Soundscape, which many in the community will be familiar with. This is technology that uses audio augmented reality to help a person build a richer awareness of their surroundings and navigate effectively.
Yeah. And one of the cool things about Soundscape, I'll just mention, I think, is its use of spatial sound, right? You mentioned auditory augmented reality, but basically what that means for people who aren't in the tech world is you can hear where things are just from a pair of headphones. It's amazing.
That's right. And the goal there is to enhance awareness. So you walk around with your dog or cane or residual vision or sighted guide, and it enhances your awareness. I would want to add that I am blind myself. I lost my sight in my 20s from RP. And so technology and sight loss is a passion of mine and has been for a while. And I continue to explore ways in which advancements in technology can really make a difference in our ability to get around and live life to the fullest.
Absolutely, and yeah, we share that, and I'm sure many of our folks in the audience share that as well. So, Amos, just for those who don't necessarily use the tools that we use to get around, can you give folks a quick kind of overview and orientation to the landscape of the tools that we use, the methods that we use as blind people to get around in the world? Yeah, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and thank you for bringing it up. And I'll give my view here. It's not necessarily everybody's view, but I think that really in the last 15, 20 years, there has been incredible innovation in the mobility space with a variety of navigation apps that are getting better all the time, and the equipment that they run on the phones, smart canes, tactile maps, now more live technologies. One of the things that really blew me away very recently, Josh, I don't know if you played with the generative AI that provides scene description. You can put up your camera and really get a layout of the space and navigate throughout. So I think we are blessed with incredible innovations.
Yeah.
But I think at the same time, it's very important to acknowledge that the benefit of these technologies are mostly limited to people who are already out there and confidently use their canes or guide dogs. And one of the things that I learned over the years is many people in the community are not as confident. Many have not necessarily received a great deal of training. They don't get around independently. I spoke with a student a few weeks ago that told me about her She studies law in a reputable university, and she has to choose her classes based on the routes that she has to walk rather than what she wants to take.
Yeah, so I mean, the tools, the choices that we have often do sort of shape the decisions we make about what opportunities we're able to connect with. I really, and you mentioned sort of all these innovative things, and I just want to underscore that, at the bottom of it all is sort of the low tech independent travel, cane skills, guide dog skills, knowing how to walk with a human guide, and so all of these other technologies tend to be kind of additions to those fundamental skills. But you're actually working on something really new. It's not an app. It's not a tactile map. It's not part of a smartphone. It's a departure, I think, from many of the other technologies that we already have to augment the tools that we're using. I think it's called Glidance, and you've got a whole organization that's around it. Could you tell us about the mission of the organization and the project that it's focused on?
Thank you, Josh. Absolutely, and really to point it out, the challenge that we're trying to focus on is really how do we help many more people to get out and about, and that's where I founded Glidance. Glidance is a new company that's focused on helping to help advance the field of independent mobility with AI and robotics. We have a world-class team. I'm very fortunate, with collaborations and with a number of universities. And our mission really is that every single individual with sight loss can get around independently. And I know that's very ambitious. That includes people who lose their sight later in life, many of them struggle to develop strong mental mapping skills. And to do that, we believe that there's a need for a new kind of primary mobility aid that we call a glide.
I think you've got a video that sort of gives a quick demonstration of the concept, and I think let's play that now, and then we can talk about it more.
Wonderful. Let's do that, and I'll explain afterwards how it works and everything.
Hi, I'm Amos Miller, and I'm the CEO of Glidance, and we're introducing Glide, a new mobility aid for people with sight loss that uses autonomous guiding technology to simply guide the way. And I'm going to show you how it works. Okay, I'm standing in a shopping center. I have Glide's handle in my right hand, and the handle extends to about 2 feet in front of my right leg, and it rests on its 2 wheels. Now, as I nudge it forward, the wheels start to steer the way.
Using its smart sensors and camera, Glide spots a pillar in the way and is steering its wheels to guide Amos safely around it. While walking through a crowded area, Glide weaves a smooth path. Amos is walking confidently and with purpose. Take note that Glide's wheels are not motorized. Glide is not pulling him at all. He's walking at his own speed. Amos then twists the handle to turn left, and Glide takes the turn to the left, only when it is safe to do so. With its side sensors, Glide helps Amos keep a nice straight line along the corridor. Now, using its camera, Glide detects and steers Amos to the escalators. With a haptic signal through the handle, Glide indicates for him to slow down before smoothly boarding and coming to a stop. As Amos reaches the top, he nudges Glide forward off the escalators, and Glide leads Amos off to the right. By detecting the door to a store, Glide smoothly and purposefully steers Amos inside. Easy to use, light, and affordable, Glide is a mobility aid for the future. Glidance, your way to autonomy and independence.
Wow, really great video, Amos. The product itself sounds really exciting. I think what I'd like to dig into now is, can you give us a little bit more detail about how you're going to make all this magic happen? Very
Yes,
interested in the
absolutely,
technology.
Josh.
Yeah.
It is what it is about. As I said, Glide is a self-guided mobility aid that simply guides the way. And it uses sensors and AI to do that. So I'll just quickly explain. So I've got Glide in my hand right now. I'm actually showing the bottom of Glide where there's two wheels that touch the ground. And on the body of just above the wheels, there are short range sensors that detect the environment around Glide. It can see objects, it can shoreline, and the way that it guides is that you wheel it forward and it steers the way. And I'm just moving the wheels left and right just to demonstrate that the wheels turn like the front of a car. And the really cool thing about it is that the wheels are actually freewheeling. They're not motorized, so they don't pull you around. You nudge it forward, you walk at your own speed, at your own leisure, and Glide steers the way, keeps you on a safe path, and avoids obstacles. So
and you're
these are
sort
the
of rolling
sensors at
it
the
out.
bottom. Let me just just show the top of the handle. I'm following the top to the top of the handle where the person holds the device, and on the top here we have a camera that can look further afield, help you detect a destination, detect a door, detect something, and really plan a path and then steer you all the way there. So that's broadly speaking what Glide is.
And Amos, for those who aren't able to see the object or the video, just the idea, the ergonomics of it is you sort of are rolling the Glide. The wheels are sort of out in front of you by maybe a couple of feet, and
a couple of feet, yeah.
And you're holding a handle with that sort of almost like a cane, right? But
probably a little bit more of like a guide dog handle. So you hold it around your waist level with one hand, and you walk forward. If it's in front of you, if you're holding it in your right hand, then Glide will roll a couple of feet in front of your front foot, and as you walk, the wheels steer, so you don't have to make your immediate navigation decisions. Oh, there's an object, where is there a path to get around it? Glide just takes you around it.
And where are all the smarts for this? How does the actual, so I understand that there's a camera on it. There, maybe some other sensors, probably infrared sensors, maybe a LiDAR thing, I don't know. But where is who's doing the thinking? How fast is the reaction time, stuff like that?
Yeah, no, so really, Josh, this device is planned to be a mobility aid, right? It's not a robot, and it's not something that is super complicated. Our goal is that when you leave the house, you pick it up and you walk. You don't set it up and go and do all kinds of crazy things, yeah? And so to do that, Glide actually has, it does a lot of the thinking inside the device itself. So it's self-sufficient, it has compute capabilities and so on. But we also have a companion app for it, so for settings and for things that you want to do. But you don't have to open the app every time you go somewhere. And it will also be powered by capabilities in the cloud, especially for the more advanced AI scene understanding capabilities, which we'll occasionally need, but it's not going to depend on that. It's all runs on the device, very quick reaction, immediate response to everything that's happening. So this needs to work quickly.
And I think that its primary, tools like this have different capabilities, and you demonstrated some of them in the video that we played. Yeah. But there's sort of the fundamental obstacle avoidance that is something that I think this is intended to do. But there's also finding doors, finding paths, finding crosswalks. Is there really enough onboard processing power to bring all that off and without a lot of latency?
Yeah. So one of the benefits that we have with Glide is that this is not a wearable device. You don't have to carry any weight. You don't have to, it runs on wheels. We can put a bigger computer on it. We can put more battery on it than you'd be able to put on you. We can choose our own components. We're not dependent on somebody else's components. Yeah. And so we can really optimize, and there is tremendous progress in these kind of miniaturized compute AI devices that really don't cost a great deal of money, and really these are the kind of technological advancements that enable us to get to this point and build this kind of device today.
So you, I'm really interested in sort of talking about who's going to benefit the most from this, right? Like we know that there are many experienced cane users and guide dog handlers out there. Who do you expect to really benefit the most from this innovation?
This is a great question, Josh. I mentioned earlier that the large majority of people with sight loss actually lose their sight later in life, and many don't have strong cane use skills. And so we are working to design Glide to give them that simple solution that gets them back on the path to independence as quickly as possible. So that, I think that one of the benefits of Glide is that it's so easy to use that you can probably take a walk in your immediate neighborhood with Glide within a day of getting it. Yeah, which is, as you would probably agree, a leap from any other kind of primary mobility aid that we can get access to today. And I think that, now that's not to say that I think cane users, we have lots of feedback from people who are cane users and people who are guide dog users using the device and benefiting from it and finding real value in, certainly in certain scenarios where they just want to get around quickly and move quickly. And I think we have to think about it as another tool in the tool set. Yeah. And we really hope that Glide will serve a role in bringing O&M to many, many more people, really by enabling you to get back on your mobility journey really quickly, but also for existing cane and dog users, I think that there's benefits there.
And I think, you mentioned sort of, the cane skills, the guide dog skills, if you want to use a guide dog, it requires, weeks of training and lots of, and of course, cane skills also require training and building of skills. And I think confidence is also a huge part of sort of what holds people back as they are building these skills. What kind of skill building will Glide require? And what do you think it will do in terms of people's confidence? How can it support not just skill building, but confidence in your ability to travel independently as a newly blind person?
Look, first of all, I don't want to diminish the importance of orientation and mobility skills, okay? But I think it's important to understand that Glide ultimately provides navigation that reduces your dependency on your orientation and mobility skills. Now, if you know the area, you'll navigate on your own, but if you don't, and there's a path that you need to take on a regular basis, Glide can take you on that path without you having full orientation awareness of every single step that you take. And that's an important departure from how we think about O&M today. This is going to guide you. It's not, you can guide it, you can drive, but it is going to guide you. And that's a leap that we as a community are going to have to take forward.
And I think one of the interesting things about this, and I'm interested in your thoughts also, one of the interesting things about this is that, we've been talking about the idea of devices, we meaning people like you and me who think about how we can innovate. We've been thinking about devices like this for a long time, and it has sort of for so much of our professional careers, this has been kind of a pipe dream, not something that the technology could support. But it seems like one of the things that we need to do every now and again is reevaluate the ideas that we've already sort of said, that probably wouldn't work, and to reevaluate it in the context of the changing landscape of technology and the capabilities of computers. Do you want to just sort of talk about that a little bit too?
Yes, I mean, I think that there are a lot of wrecks along the path of mobility aids, and there's a lot of, but there's real gold nuggets in those wrecks as well. And sometimes these wrecks are because of the challenges and the readiness of technology. Often these are just in terms of how they fit into our lives as people who are blind and live a daily life, and how it interferes or supports our experiences. And I think it's a combination of those two aspects. I think it's I think, like you said, it's a pipe dream that it's kind of obvious, right? We have autonomous vehicles. Why don't we have robots that guide people? But to do it, and to do it right, we have to have the affordable technologies to do it with, the powerful technologies to do it with, but also to design it in such a way that the user remains independent, that the user keeps their agency, but it really benefit from the experience. And that's, those are the kind of things that we, as we kind of evolve the concept of Glide, have been sent front and center. It's not, I don't call it a guide dog or a robot dog, because it doesn't walk, it doesn't bark, it doesn't step on your feet. Yeah. It runs on wheels. I don't call it a smart cane because it doesn't work anything like a cane. That's why I call it a Glide. It's a completely different device. It's a different experience. And I think that this is definitely something that will start opening up that opportunity to get these technologies to people's hands.
Yeah, and I think that it's just so it's so interesting to me that that we're sort of able to the changing capabilities of computers really do change what's possible. And the other thing that I just want to emphasize for the audience is that a lot of the sort of guidance aids that I've heard about in the past have been designed by sighted people for blind people, with maybe a blind person in the design mix, but you are blind and you are extremely experienced, not only in the building tools around orientation mobility, but you are a user of such tools. And so I just, this is a point that's really important for folks to understand, that that we as blind designers have insights and understandings of the context in which these tools are going to be used that are very difficult for many other folks who aren't blind to really to integrate appropriately. So just a little soapbox of my own. You want to comment on that?
No, I wholeheartedly agree. I think you've said it. You've said it right. It's the intuitions and the nuance that is hard for people. Like people ask, why can't you use an app just to do it? And I say, guiding you. Imagine trying to walk through a door and not hitting the two sides of the door with something. How do you do that? Right.
Yeah.
Most people don't think about that question, but we have to deal with that all the time, right? And so we use a cane, or and so those are the nuances. Yeah.
Amos, we're coming to the end of our time together. I just want to let's get concrete. When do you expect this technology to be available, and how much do you expect it to cost?
Thanks. So our goal is that. Our goal with Glide is that everyone gets one. I think, and with that, we are looking at a very affordable device, and it's designed that way. Our goal is for it to cost somewhere between in what it costs to own a cell phone subscription. So it's not $50 for the device, but it's also not $3,000 for the device. Something that people can afford in the range of a cell phone. I can't at this stage provide a release date, but what I can say is that we're very soon going to be opening a pre-order program for Glide, that for small deposit people will be able to secure their place to get one at a discount. And what I would say is I would urge folks to hop onto our website, glidance.io, glidance.io. Glidance is written as guidance, but with an L instead of a U. And just register your interest, and we'll be sure to let you know when we open the program, and also keep you informed of developments. We have interesting and opportunities coming up in the coming months.
Great. Amos, I'm going to be tracking this project with great interest, and I really want to just say thank you for this conversation, and thank you for working on these kinds of important issues to help blind and visually impaired people have more options for independent and confident travel. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh. I really appreciate it, and I want to say that I'm not doing it on my own. This is there's a whole village of people who are so motivated and excited, and I invite people to join us on this journey, to engage. We're doing it out in the open exactly because it is so important. It's so important to get right.
Fabulous. Well, I really look forward to finding out how it turns out. Thank you, Amos, for speaking with me, and great pleasure to be here at SiteTech Global. Back to you, Alice.
It is so amazing listening to blind engineers, raising money, inventing devices, starting companies. I personally am so impressed by Amos. Thank you, Amos. Our next session is entitled WISC, the People's Autonomous and Accessible Air Taxi. Of all the sessions that you will hear about today, this is one that I am most excited about. John, can you tell us about WISC?
Sure. Where is my flying car? That's the long-standing Silicon Valley lament. Almost here is the latest answer, and the startup WISC is one of many startups closing in on that promise with an autonomous, meaning no pilot, electric, 12-prop, 4-seater that's more or less like a flying Waymo, only it will initially fly only to preset routes and destinations like Los Angeles International Airport from locations around Los Angeles. What's remarkable about WISC is how they were building accessibility into WISC experience from the start. Please welcome our moderator to this conversation, Brian Bashan, Vice Chair of Be My Eyes, formerly CEO of Lighthouse for the Blind in San Francisco, and a very daring early adopter of all cool new technologies.
Okay, Brian, we know that you got this. Take it away.
WISC, the People's Autonomous and Accessible Air Taxi. Speakers, Uri Zarnatsky, Director of Product Design, WISC. Saurabh Nimsakar, Staff UI UX Designer, WISC. Moderator, Brian Bashan, Vice Chair, Be My Eyes.
Well, thank you, Alice Turner, and thank you to the entire SiteTech Global team for inviting me to moderate this panel on autonomous air taxis. You know, if you blinked, you wouldn't have noticed that there are now 40 companies involved in developing autonomous air taxis, spending approximately $8.5 billion in this investment. You know, the open literature estimates that the market size today is something like $3 billion. But in 10 years, this market is more than $37 billion. 80% of these taxis will be electric, which means that all of them are going to be designed afresh and new. And there's an opportunity and possibly an area of interest for people with disabilities. So let me introduce Whisk, who is one of the leaders in this field, a wholly owned subsidiary of Boeing. And we've got two principals from Whisk today. One is Saurabh Nimsarkar and Uri Tsarnotsky. Gentlemen, can you introduce yourselves and tell us about your roles in Whisk?
Sure. Thanks, Brian. Thank you for having us. My name is Saurabh Nimsarkar. I am UI UX designer with Whisk. I'm responsible for designing physical and digital products and services with accessibility as a priority. What are you?
Yeah, thanks for the intro, Brian. That was awesome. Yeah, Uri Chernotsky. I'm the director of product design at Whisk. I'm responsible for leading a team of designers, industrial design, user interface design in our studio. We're responsible for the exterior design, the interior design, the user experience design of all our aircraft and services. Been here for nearly 13 years now.
Fantastic. And what an opportunity you have, as evidenced by the set that you're speaking from. Maybe we should set the scene here by just a short video that you have that explains a bit more about the system and how it's designed and operates.
The video begins with a shot of the exterior of the Generation 6 aircraft. It's yellow. It has silver booms with lift fan system that is white mounted on top. We pan across a shot of the cabin showing 4 white seats and yellow harnesses. We then see the cabin passenger display instructing passengers to put their bags away. We see a woman putting her purse in the storage bin and lowering the console lid to protect it. Then we see a passenger hit continue on the display. It tells you to stow your drink, and so we see a passenger putting their travel mug in the cup holder located next to the storage bin. They hit continue again and see an animation of a mannequin putting their harness on, and then we see the person put the harness in the buckle as well. They hit continue and are informed of emergency egress procedures. After reading them, the person hits continue again, and they're instructed that there's a call button on the headliner above their head and that we're here to help. They hit continue again. An annunciation showing takeoff with a countdown timer of 3, 2, 1, showing the aircraft animation lifting off into the sky. The animation then transitions into forward flight, showing the aircraft flying through the city. A yellow ribbon extends out of the nose of the aircraft, showing the path that the aircraft will be flying. There's also a progress bar along the top of the display. A warning pops up saying that we're landing in 3 minutes and to put your items away. The passenger hits OK. Then we see a shot of the rest of the cabin with a Whisk logo on the bulkhead. And the video ends with the Whisk logo splashing on a yellow screen.
Wow, that was pretty cool. So I mentioned that new tech always raises a bit of concern for people with disabilities. As a blind guy myself, I've seen other new emerging technology that hasn't served customers well. I'll give you a few examples. Kindle, which introduced a Kindle reader for schools that didn't talk. Induction ranges, consumer electronics that are not accessible. Durable medical equipment for blind people that are not usable by blind people. Destination elevators that blind people can't use. And even after 14 years, Uber service in most cities has a tiny, tiny number of vehicles that can accommodate people in wheelchairs. So a lot of companies, just people with disabilities, we don't exist for them. Somehow Whisk is different. So the question to both of you is, what made you start thinking about people with disabilities from the get-go as you started your design?
Yeah, you are actually spot on with that comment. Let's take an example of e-scooters, for example. I mean, people use e-scooters and they just put them on the sidewalks, even though they solve like problems for a few of them, like last mile and first mile, but they sort of create more problems for wider audiences. For example, I mean, if e-scooters are on the sidewalk, they are like a barrier for wheelchair users, they are a barrier for people using white canes and service and guide dog. So yeah, eVTOL industry, it's like fairly new. It will solve problems for many of the people. It will like bring communities together. It will create new routes. But we are sort of like proactively looking at this space. We want to design for the future, and to note that we are pretty early in this stage. We're gonna launch commercially within this decade, so we have a lot of time to work upon it. And we are sort of in this design phase. We have started researching more about the eVTOL space. We have done ethnographic foundational research. We have interviewed people with disabilities to know their challenges, their rhythms and rituals, and the travel patterns, so that we are designing for the future. And our vision at Wisk is delivering safe flight for everyone. And as you said in your comments, that it's not for elites, it's not for aviation enthusiasts, it's for everyone with accessibility at the focus. I'm sure Ari must have some more insights to add on to that point.
Yeah, so fundamentally, this is our sixth generation aircraft that we're currently developing. And what we're doing this time is ensuring that from the beginning, before the aircraft configuration or design was frozen, that we've taken accessibility into consideration. So in our studio, with mock-ups, VR, digital and physical interfaces, we bring people in. We've brought in the elderly, we've brought in children, we've brought in people with mobility disabilities with their equipment, people with vision disabilities with their service animals. So we've really tried to incorporate as many viewpoints as possible to inform the design of the aircraft before it was locked down.
And that is such a huge step ahead of many consumer products that try to band-aid something only after it's released. We can go through a long list of things like that. But I still want to get at this question. You guys are pretty enlightened as tech startups go. Did you know a person with a disability that influenced you to think about this? Are you responding to ultimately to some regulatory things? What caused you to do what we wish so many other companies would do in the early design?
That's a really good question. So right from the design phase, we sort of understood that if you want to be successful, we have to design it for everyone. And we sort of follow this universal design principle that if you want to design for people with disability, it will benefit the wider audience, not only for our brand, but also for making like strategic decisions like community engagement or partnering with multimodal agencies, so that that people who sort of reach the vertiport, which is like the equivalent of the airport for us, that the initial flight and the concluding, so the initial journey and the concluding part of the journey, is all taken care of.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm responding to any one specific thing, but I don't think anyone that's traveled in any mode of transportation, especially air travel, I think they recognize the friction in almost every step of the process. I think that's especially true of kind of multimodal journeys where you have to go from one thing to the next. And I think no one is hit harder than the community that may be living with a disability, permanent or temporary. So I think, again, as Saurabh said, making sure that it works for everyone and recognizing that when we make it work for everyone, it makes that experience that much better, and kind of elevating the experience for everyone. It goes beyond what regulators ask for. We really view it as what's out there as kind of a floor, and it's really just focusing on accessibility. But what we've learned by speaking with people is that's a pretty low bar to aim for. What we want to do is aim higher, achieve higher. We want to aim at this pyramid that I think we could talk about, where the peak would be a joy and inclusion for everyone involved in the process. And again, minimizing that multimodal friction so that this is a truly viable option for people.
I really appreciate your understanding that the laws are a very low bar. The Air Carrier Access Act, been in place for nearly 40 years. it's responsible for things that are really problems. As a blind traveler myself, all those kiosks in the general world talk now and can be accessible. No airport kiosk is accessible, not required by the Air Carrier Access Act. The people who escort us around, they usually work for baggage. The Air Carrier Access Act never required, and it took 80 years until finally United Airlines decided to put something as elementary as Braille numbers on seats so blind passengers could walk their own way to their own seats. So I really appreciate that you guys are anticipating what will be not just a floor, but really as this becomes a common carrier or a public utility, it has to be a space for all Americans. Again, what is your passion on that? How did you look at consumer product design or transit design so inclusively?
Yeah, I mean, we should really take a step back and talk about what this aircraft and service is and what it's capable of and its mission. And I think that will inform a little bit about the product design choices. So what we're talking about is a four-seater, and the cabin that we're in, it's arranged like a sedan. So it's a 2x2 seating arrangement. Everyone is facing forward. Everyone has their own door. There's no aisle. So it really is very car-like, and the goal there was to make it as approachable as possible and not threatening and familiar. So that's kind of the kind of automotive approach behind it. And what someone would use this for would be short hops in dense urban environments. And the example we like to point to is a simple route taking you from LAX, huge busy airport, out to somewhere like Long Beach. So if you Google that route right now with rush hour traffic, you're probably going to come up with like a 40-minute number, something like that. And if you were to fly with Whisk, it would be something on the order of 8 or 9 minutes. So you don't have to fly far to realize a huge time savings. So these are short hops, like 20, 30 minutes. And they're meant to get people around as if you were taking your car. You can bring yourself aboard, your personal bag item. There's room in the nose of the aircraft for a roller bag. So part of the mission is really, that kind of last mile idea where you go from landing at a commercial airport, taking your bags with you, and this would get you one step closer to your ultimate destination. Sorry, go ahead.
I love that you started to talk about your bags and wheel boards. One of the things with people with disabilities, say people who use power wheelchairs, is being separated from your chair and then finding it in baggage upon your arrival, often broken. You have a different idea of how people who use power wheelchairs will use the Whisk system. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, that's a great challenge. I mean, like if you consider current scenario, like thousands of wheelchairs are damaged by airlines every month. We had a participant who we invited in the month of February, and his wheelchair was broken, and we re-invited him last month, and again his wheelchair was again broken by an airline. So you can see the frequency of damage which has been caused by the airlines. For us, since our configuration is like four-seater, we have a provision that we can remove one of the seat from the aircraft and use that space to put a wheelchair, which is like foldable wheelchair, inside the cabin. So we have something called as a platform-based design. So we can remove all the seats. If you want to like remove 2 seats, we can always accommodate a bigger wheelchair. So we have that provision that we can always remove 1 seat and people can put their own wheelchair inside the cabin. One of the insight which we got from our research that people who are using wheelchair, they absolutely love their wheelchair. It's like another bodily limb for them. Like they have emotional attachment to their wheelchair and they always want their wheelchair inside. And what is happening currently is that they have to like give away their personal belonging, their wheelchair, to some other person who does not handle the wheelchair properly. So our value proposition is that your wheelchair is always by your side, in your sight, and if you want to like access your wheelchair, you can always do that.
I think a common question we get is being able to sit in your wheelchair for the journey. What we're striving to do is to keep you in your own wheelchair for as long as possible, right up to the last moment when you are adjacent to the seat in the aircraft, where you can do that lateral transfer. That is, we're not taking you out of your device, putting you in another, and then making multiple changes. Why we can't let someone use their wheelchair in flight is because the seats in our aircraft are actually certified helicopter seats. They have to be able to absorb energy on a hard landing. And so no wheelchair currently would be able to manage those loads. I know that they're looking into certifying wheelchairs for airline travel. Those only have to survive forward loads, but because we have that other component, that vertical takeoff and landing component, we have to use the certified seats in the aircraft. I am waiting for a future when we have wheelchairs that are certified for this scenario as well, for these type of aircraft and this form of mobility.
Okay. For blind people who are travelers, we want to know what's going on. How long until we get there? Where are we now? If anything is happening during flight. Could you tell about the in-flight experience and a Whisk craft for blind people who cannot see that information screen?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me actually take it one step even further, which is, as you mentioned, this is an autonomous aircraft. So everyone is going to have a certain level of apprehension. And one of the things that we're trying to do with the interface is to ensure that it gives people a sense of situational awareness. And so we're trying to do that with every sensory input we can tap into to make sure that you're aware of where you are, what the aircraft is doing, what it's going to do next, how much time is remaining, and of course, keeping you in constant contact with our remote hospitality crew. So there's someone on the ground monitoring the flight, and they're always available for you to speak to them. So we have a call button, which initiates a call. We also have text-based messaging, which can actually happen on the passenger's own personal mobile device. So we are well aware that we can't compete with Apple or Android and all the accessibility features and software that are built into those phones. So what we want to do is tap into those. So we have in-flight cabin Wi-Fi that basically lets your phone piggyback onto the comms system in the aircraft. So we're able to utilize your own device, which is something that each person has personalized and is sure works for them. So we have device charging in the aircraft to make sure your device doesn't quit on you. But then all those other systems that kind of support that situational awareness. By default, the cabin display has kind of a picture-in-picture view for American Sign Language. All the communications have closed captioning. The safety briefing is accompanied by a safety data card, which is all Braille. So we've tried to make every step of the way kind of accessible. You want to talk a little bit more about kind of ingress and egress?
Yeah.
And
so what we learned from our research is that most often airline, they think they sort of view a person with disability in isolation, but for what we realized that the caretakers, the care ecology, companions, service stock, they're also equally important. And most often people don't think about those care ecologies. So what we are designing is we are not only designing for the people with disabilities, but also for their care ecologies, for their service animal, their service dog. So our cabin will have enough space for a service dog to be inside the cabin. We are doing research on how to accommodate service animal. In our research, we have realized that even something like steps are also really important for the service dog. One of the examples was that for one participant, the service dog was not able to get on to the aircraft because the step height was too much. So we are sort of designing not only for people with disabilities, for the consideration of ingress and egress, but also for the service dog.
I really appreciate that. And of course, as an autonomous vehicle, there is no driver to discriminate against service animals, which is a common problem, and one that autonomy may help in solving. Well, I am deeply impressed by the commitment that you have in the early design stages of this craft. And I hope that all companies designing million and billion-dollar systems understand that the kind of design thinking here is what we want going forward. I want to thank you on behalf of SiteTech Global and look forward to hearing more about the system as it evolves and becomes something we can all be proud of as people with disabilities. Back to you, Alice.
So count me in. I cannot wait to try Whisk. But I really need to get to San Francisco and try an autonomous Waymo taxi. We will be able to hear more about Waymo later in the event. Our next session is entitled The Screen Reader Interoperability Gap, a Systemic Barrier. So John, can you tell us a little bit about this session?
At SiteTech Global 2 years ago, we unveiled the Area AT initiative, which aimed to address the frustrating, damaging reality that screen readers are not interoperable on the web. Unlike their cousins for sighted users, browsers like Chrome and Safari. In other words, any developer that takes accessibility seriously has to test their code on JAWS, VoiceOver, NVDA, and the rest. There are no shortcuts or automation. That's where Area AT aims to fix, and they have made huge progress. And here to moderate this session once again is Carolyn DeRosier, one of the nicest people and the sharpest entrepreneurs in the accessibility world. She is the founder and CEO of Scribely, which is fixing the alt text problem on the internet. More on that tomorrow. One note, before Carolyn gets started with this session, we will show a brief video with audio description that helps explain the Area AT initiative. So let's go to the video and Carolyn.
On a vintage computer, web pages cycle through. Some work and some show incompatibility errors.
Back in the 1990s, web browsers were all over the place. A website that worked in Netscape didn't always work in Internet Explorer, or the other way around. Only big companies with dedicated teams could afford to make websites work in multiple browsers.
On a split screen, several hands type and one uses a mouse.
To fix this, thousands of people from dozens of internet companies worked for over a decade to standardize the web. It was a massive investment of effort that improved the state of browser interoperability, but there were still lots of compatibility bugs.
Back to the monitor, an error message reads, "This page best viewed in Netscape."
So in 2012, a group of people started the Web Platform Test Project, or WPT for short. Today you can go to wpt.fyi and see the results of millions of small tests that run every day to make sure websites render consistently across all platforms.
On the WPT website, a cursor moves over a browser interoperability graph.
When you use a website and it works the way you expect, it's because we have web standards and automated testing technology. The reason we're here today is because assistive technology users were not included in this push for interoperability.
An animation of a giant sphere pushing clusters of shapes into the far corner of the screen. Lewis, a light tan-skinned blind man, smiles at us.
My name is Lewis, pronouns he, him, his. I am from Southern California.
Palm trees sway in the wind. A close-up of someone strumming an acoustic guitar.
I play guitar in a musical duo, and I am proud to be an accessibility tester. Behind me is a desk on which is a technology setup, keyboard connected to a desktop, a monitor, and a laptop. The experience for a screen reader user can vary dramatically from one screen reader to the next. In practical terms, this means that I can spend a morning trying out different screen reader and browser combinations to overcome whatever inaccessible content I'm dealing with that day. Or sometimes, depending on how the content's rendered, I can't get past that. And I'm somebody with the tools to experiment and figure out these accessibility issues. Now I'm going to show you how two screen readers voice the web differently.
Delicious pizza that you can get from an accessible site when you need a quick blank. List of pizza options, region checkbox, not checked, pepperoni. Checked. Not checked. Checked.
Now I'll be using the screen reader on the laptop.
Pepperoni off. You are currently on a switch. On. Off. On. On.
Screen reader logos appear on screen. VoiceOver, TalkBack, JAWS, Narrator, NVDA, VoiceView, and Orca.
There are many screen readers with hundreds of interpretation differences like the one Lewis just shared. These differences can exclude people.
An animation of shapes dropping onto a conveyor belt and moving right.
Developers who can afford it test across screen reader and browser combinations. But the way screen readers and browsers interpret web code changes all the time.
Shape clusters jump in and out of their place in line.
To make the web truly equitable and inclusive, assistive technologies need to work with web code in predictable ways. This is why we started the Accessible Rich Internet Applications and Assistive Technologies Community Group, ARIA-AT for short. Here we are on the ARIA-AT website. In ARIA-AT, we are bringing together a community of accessibility experts, user advocates, assistive technology vendors, and web developers to create what we call assistive technology interoperability.
Several different shapes intersect with each other to form one big shape. The big shape shifts around, trying out different combinations.
We are testing common ARIA patterns and collaborating with screen reader companies to resolve inconsistencies. In the future, we envision developers will be able to focus on accessible experience design, and assistive technology users will finally enjoy a web platform designed for them.
The shape grows bigger and envelops the screen.
Visit us at aria-at.w3.org to read our interoperability reports, learn more about our automated testing technology, or even join the group.
A person uses their laptop at a dining room table. They click on Join Community Group and a webcam turns on.
We'd love to have you contribute your expertise.
Big spheres and streams of smaller shapes all flow organically in the same direction.
Let's make sure that web platform reliability includes assistive technology users. We build better when we build for everyone.
The Screen Reader Interoperability Gap, a Hidden Systemic Barrier. Speakers, Brett Lewis, Senior Software Engineer, Vispero. Isabel Del Castillo Solis, Access Technology Specialist, Prime Access Consulting. Matt King, Accessibility Technical Program Manager, Meta. Moderator, Carolyn DeRosier, Founder and CEO, Scribely.
Thanks, Alice, and happy to be here at SiteTech Global, and welcome everyone to our session titled The Screen Reader Interoperability Gap, a Hidden Systemic Barrier. And hopefully that intro video provided all of you with a sense of what the work of the ARIA-AT community group is all about. Today, we're going to be catching up with some of the members of the ARIA-AT community group and get an update on the progress they've made and where they're going next. The ARIA-AT community group officially launched at SiteTech Global about 2 years ago in 2021. So really excited to hear about all of the progress since then. So let's do a quick round of intros. And if you could all please tell us, what is your day job and what is your connection to the ARIA-AT project? Isabel, let's start with you.
Hi, Isabel. I work for Prime Access Consulting, back for short, and basically my day job is to create and write test plans for the ARIA-AT project, and I also do some baking on the side.
Great, and Brett?
Hi, really happy to be here today as part of this panel. I'm a senior software engineer at Vispero working on JAWS, and I've really been interacting with the ARIA-AT group trying to make sure that JAWS supports everything that is required for these tests and providing some feedback on how the tests and their recommendations have been received.
All right, and that leaves us with Matt. Over to you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Yeah, I'm a technical program manager at Meta on our central accessibility team, and I'm one of the chairs of the ARIA and Assistive Technology Community Group. I help get it off the ground.
Wonderful. Well, happy to have you all collected here as a group to really dig into what's going on with ARIA-AT. So let's get into some questions. what exactly is screen reader interoperability, and why is it so essential to digital inclusion? And Matt, maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, I would like to start by talking about how people who do not need a screen reader can use the web and what they have that people who need a screen reader don't have. So what most people can do is go to just about any website using any browser, and it basically works. And the people who made that website, they don't really care if different people are using different browsers, because they can safely assume that things are mostly going to work. They are benefiting from what is called browser interoperability. Inter means between or among, and so the concept of browser interoperability is simply that users can move from one browser to another browser and the website is still operable. This is a really big deal. It's really important because before, browser interoperability was a given and just sort of part of the air that we breathe, developing a website that worked for everyone was really complicated. It was pretty expensive and not everybody could do it. So the web was a lot less open and free and certainly a lot less equitable. Unfortunately, those of us that are screen reader users, we don't have access to that same kind of equity because we don't have interoperability. It makes a big difference which screen reader a web developer uses when they're developing their website. And this has major negative ramifications for web developers and screen reader developers, and most importantly, for users. Sites that we would consider accessible, in many cases, they're really only accessible to what I call the elite disabled. And for people who are blind, that means people who have multiple devices, multiple screen readers, and most importantly, the skills and the training, knowledge and experience to be able to work around the kind of problems that are posed by the lack of interoperability.
Right, so screen reader interoperability, extremely important for usability, for accessibility. Everyone from developers to users are paying a price because screen reader behavior is just not sufficiently predictable. So let's try to dig into this and understand a little bit more. Isabel, in your work, you help clients build accessible websites. And in your experience, what are the everyday consequences that website developers experience in today's world where screen reader interoperability is not a given?
Firstly, there's an impression of hampered creativity, and sometimes that impression is accurate. Designers and developers feel that they can't use or just don't know if they can use certain patterns because they might not be compatible with all screen readers. It makes for a negative perception of accessibility. It feels like a burden, like it's not adapting to how products are really made. There are additional costs of training, testing, maintenance, and so on. People are having to learn and stay updated on how ARIA and other specifications are supported by different screen readers, understand the nuances of how various screen readers work, determine if what they've developed is meeting user expectations, and they have to create fragile workarounds. It's a lot and mostly misplaced. Testing is not being done by the disabled people, which with decades of informed experience of how this tech should work, but by people who are just trying their best to understand the basics. This could be an argument for more employment among disabled users who rely on this access technology every day, but in practice, that's not happening. And many disabled people don't really want to be shoehorned into accessibility work anyway. it takes too much time, too much money, and all of this contributes to accessibility being sidelined and deprioritized. Quite often, disabled users can't expect an equitable experience at launch, a product or feature launch time, because too much of the testing and fixing is happening afterwards. It's the classic domino effect. You spend time remediating something that's gone before, which take resources away from the new things being built.
Thank you, Isabel. So the benefits of interoperability to site developers are pretty clear. There are definitely ways to save time, save resources, and also pave the way for innovations to happen. Brett, it is not very obvious how a world where your competitor's screen reader behaves in ways that are much the same as your product, and if that's advantageous to you. Could you explain that a bit more?
Yeah, this is a really interesting question. So at Vispero, one of the things we are hoping to do with every release of JAWS is provide, innovation in how we support things, customization. Our goal is to let the users have as much opportunity to tailor their screen reader experience to what works for them. Do they want to hear something? Do they not want to hear something? Are there ways we can make it easier for them to access, information in a way that's just efficient and not time consuming? We offer customization for, things like scripting. With JAWS, you can do things that you can't do with other screen readers and so on. So all of these things allow us to differentiate ourselves from maybe one of our competitors. Isabel touched on this a little bit earlier in her response when she was talking about, the costs of testing. So the big thing that I think all of this ARIA AT effort allows us to do as a screen reader developer is to rely on testing for basic functionality. So work that we've always done with every release of JAWS to make sure that, we're not regressing, something hasn't broken accidentally, can easily be done by this suite of ARIA AT tests. We can say to ourselves with confidence, we know that we have met the basic requirements of this, and we don't necessarily have to do separate testing, which now is a manual process. But in the future with ARIA AT will be an automated process. So we can take those results and rely on them. What this means is that we can free up resources that would have been spent on all of this testing internally to really providing this enhanced experience for our users, the thing I talked about at the beginning. So, the innovative new features, efficiency, customization, all of those things. So really should enable us to provide more for our users if we have this kind of a basic testing provided by ARIA AT.
Right, so this standardization of testing also helps you on your side with saving time and resources and also innovating as well. So it sounds like everything just comes together under a unified effort. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about users. All three of you are screen reader users, and given how important this technology is to you, I'd imagine you have some thoughts on why interoperability would be so important to the individual user. And Isabel, let's start with you.
Well, uncertainty is a big factor. Will this website work tomorrow when my browser installs an update? I mean, will I be find myself needing an alternative screen reader or assistance to complete a task I could do just fine before? Not everybody has the choice and the tools to deal with those things. And even if they do, it's not necessarily welcoming.
Great. And Brett, how would you respond to this question?
It's funny, I had written down an answer to this, and then I was looking at some of the things we've actually fixed as part of the RAAT project, and it reminded me of what I think the biggest benefit that I've seen. And that's one of the things that's really hard for a screen reader user to know is things that they haven't heard. So in other words, where there's an error and your screen reader leaves something out, it's often really difficult as a screen reader user to know, maybe I've missed something. And one of the things that I think has been the benefit is we now know that, for example, if you navigate into a radio group, you're always going to hear the text of the radio group, the name of the radio group associated with that. So that ability to not miss things, I think, is really what it does, has really done the most so far, and I think has the potential to do in the future for me.
Matt, any comments on this one?
Yeah, I would say, like, for me personally, besides the big equity gap problem that we talked about earlier, the effect of the lack of interoperability on usability is really personally very frustrating. Ironically, a lot of the work that web developers do to try to improve the usability of their websites actually makes it a lot worse. For people who are using screen readers. A really good example of this that's pretty common is that there is code that web developers can put into the web page that tells the screen reader how a table is sorted. But very often, because the way that screen readers don't all respond to that code in the same way, web developers will go ahead and put in what they think are super helpful comments. They'll put in extra sentences that tell you for each column how it's sorted and how you can change the sort and what you need to do in order to activate the button that changes the sort. And all of that extra wording that's in the design of the site is stuff that you can't turn off. So it can make reading the table a lot harder. And so I'm hoping that in the future, when screen readers behave more consistently, they won't feel like they need to do this kind of thing so much, and we should be able to have much more usable experiences across the board.
Yeah, so it sounds like these developers who are taking steps to improve accessibility with the best of intentions would really welcome something like this, because they have an exact framework and guideline to follow to achieve that result. Great. So let's learn a bit more about the actual work that needs to be done to make this whole thing a reality. And I know this project has been in the works for actually close to 5 years. So changing one product is hard enough, as we know. Changing the behavior of products across an industry is clearly a big challenge. And I understand that a first step is to define the behaviors we want through some sort of standardized testing. And the question is, how do we exactly do that? And Isabel, can you speak to this one?
In some ways, we are doing the work that users unwillingly take part in every day, assessing current screen reader support levels for patterns, finding the gaps, and asserting what people need in the real world. I suppose the difference is that via this project, we have an opportunity to exhaustively establish and formalize those things in an effort to solve many of the problems we've already covered. It always starts with the creation of a test plan targeting a specific functionality pattern. That's a collection of testing tasks representing how users are likely to interact with it, commands they might use, and the results they should be able to expect. Those expectations now are rated based on the likely user impact between things that access technology must do to create an accessible experience, the things it ideally should do, and extra things that it may do to help a user out with extra convenience. It doesn't stop there, though. everybody who then works through that test plan to record results may have ideas on how to add to it or make it better and more applicable to users. It's a lot of work, and not only to thoroughly anticipate and catalog what users need, but to comprehensively evaluate the degree to which they're currently being met, and also record the results. Because integrity is important, we want our data to stand up to scrutiny as well as being useful.
Thank you. Brett, as someone working on screen reader code, what do you then do with the tests that Isabel and the community group are delivering? Why don't you take that question?
Sure. So they've not only delivered us the tests, but they've delivered us some of the test results. And so when we first started getting the test results, we took those and basically fixed a JAWS. There were areas where we just weren't necessarily meeting all of the requirements. And so we would, create issues internally and address those issues and get fixes out as soon as possible. One example of this was I mentioned the radio groups earlier. One of the things we weren't doing was announcing the name of the radio group when navigating into it using a quick nav key. And this was a pretty important improvement. We were announcing it if there was a focus change, for example, if a user tabs in there, but we weren't otherwise. And so, it really helped us improve the experience for all of our users right there. One of the other things that we found is that sometimes we take the test results, and we say, here's a gap that we need to fill in JAWS, and we implement what the tests recommend, and we roll it out to our users. And what we find is that it's an experience that, for sort of some unanticipated reasons, doesn't work for our users as a requirement. So an example of this, we had disclosure pattern where we were supposed to speak list items as you navigate into them using quick nav keys. And so we made this change and we rolled it out to our beta testers. And we found that on the Audible website, for example, when you do a search, all of the individual search results were inside a list item. So as you navigate through the page, every single time you'd navigate to a search result, you'd hear too much information. So we sent this feedback back to the ARIA AT group, and they revised the tests because they're screen reader users. They understand the complexities and why this might not work as a requirement. So really both of those things, implementing fixes based on what the tests have identified, and also, helping us provide feedback to the ARIA AT group on what tests work and what should be required, and, maybe an optional addition to the test.
So it sounds like we end up with some tests that reflect a reasonable set of basic behaviors. And if those tests are covering screen reader behaviors across whatever is possible for site developers to build, sounds like that would be a lot of data. So Matt, how much data is there exactly, and how are you managing it?
Yeah, it's a lot of data, and it's only getting bigger. We have currently draft test plans for 35 examples of common UI patterns. We get these examples from the ARIA Authoring Practices Guide. And for each of those 35 test plans, they may have like 10 to 40 tests in them. And so that's hundreds of tests across the plans. And then for each test in every plan, we have to map the commands of the screen reader that can be used to execute that command. So we end up with thousands of assertions just with the amount of data that we have right now. Over time, as we cover more of the APG, and right now we're only covering 3 screen readers, and we're going to cover more screen readers. And then in the future, we hope to cover other kinds of assistive technologies. So it's not just screen readers. So the amount of data is going to grow a lot. And we have been building the infrastructure that it takes to manage all this data and manage the consensus process for all these tests when we get the kind of feedback that Brett and Isabel were talking about on the test from members of the community group and from screen reader developers. In order to do all that, it's a lot of work. It doesn't come for free. We've been contracting with Boku to build the infrastructure. They are right people for the job because they are some of the same people who have also worked on browser interoperability infrastructure.
And how do you keep all of this current in terms of the test plans and the reports? Don't you need to rerun over and over again as screen readers change?
Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. So initially, everything has to be run by a human and validated by a human. There's no getting around that. But once we have defined expected results for every single test, there isn't any reason why a machine couldn't rerun that, except for the fact that there was no standard way of doing this. And so one of the things that we're doing is developing something called AT Driver, which is a standardized API for driving screen readers. And once we have that, the same code can be used to run tests for any screen reader that implements that API. Recently, we've made quite a lot of progress in this space, and we have started to rerun some of the tests using automation and generate some of the reports that way.
So automation, so important. So the project is in year 5 at this point, and you clearly have made gains in test writing and automation. What other big wins do you have, and what is the outlook for 2024? Matt, over to you.
Yeah, so I would say the other biggest win we had this year is we launched AT support tables in the authoring practices guide. So now when somebody goes to an example of how to code a pattern, for some of them, they can see what is the level of support for that pattern. And this is a really big deal for us because it exposes the data in ways that we hope are going to be generally useful to a broader audience.
Great. And how can people help at this point? Isabel, maybe you can comment on that.
Yes, well, we've already talked about the level of investment faced by individual companies and product creators. And essentially, this project is taking that on at scale. We are always in need of experienced screen reader users to review and run tests, people to propose improvements to those tests and the tools developed by the project, and generally looking to expand a reach and diversity of viewpoints. We really encourage you to reach out if you have any interest in what we're trying to do, even if you're not exactly sure what you could offer, because there is plenty to be done. As Matt said, we are hoping to get a lot more data into those tables.
Yeah, in 2024, we're hoping to get several dozen of those AT support tables out there and incorporate more of the feedback we've received from the community. So there is a lot of work to do in that space.
Certainly sounds like it. And yes, please get in touch with this group. It's certainly an important mission that you all are pursuing here with this project. So yes, please get in touch. I'd like to do just a quick round of final thoughts from all of you about what's next for the ARIA AT project, or maybe additional calls to action that you'd like to make. And Brett, let's start with you.
I think the promise of this project is really hard to underestimate, particularly with the impending automation. I think we're really going to see sort of an explosion in the benefit from this as, automation becomes a reality, as the number of tests increases. It's really going to provide benefit for all screen reader users. Vispero is very committed to this in the long run. It's one of the things I have to hear about all the time, which is great, but probably at my performance review as well. But there will be long-term commitment for this project with JAWS and Vispero, and I think the benefit is just going to increase.
Thanks. And Isabel, final thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to say that the aim of this project is not to make all screen readers the same or have websites and apps be carbon copies of each other. Quite the opposite. We want uniqueness to always shine through while being backed by consistent support. That way, experiences can be created that legitimately stand out while being inclusive and better for everyone.
Matt, what's next for the future?
Well, I just can't stop dreaming of the day when it really is possible for web developers to build experiences that are truly usable for people with disabilities. And accessibility is really inclusive of all blind people. And I don't think that's possible until screen reader interoperability is part of the air we breathe, just like browser interoperability. And when we have that, then I think it will be possible for accessibility to not just be limited to the elite disabled. It should be available, equally available to everyone.
Well, thank you so much to our panelists for a really great session and everyone in the audience for attending. So exciting to hear about the progress that's been made. Clearly a lot of work ahead, but thank you all for sharing a bit more about your work. I'm sure everyone has questions for our panelists, so please bring those to the Q&A session. Thanks again, and back to the team at SciTech Global.
Thank you, Carolyn, Matt, Brett, and Isabel. As a screen reader myself, I personally am so interested in this topic, and I know it is a chore, so thank you. Our next session is entitled Waymo in San Francisco, a lesson in public advocacy and AI. This is another session that harkens to the phrase, nothing about us without us. So John, can you tell us about this?
As you may have heard, Waymo's driverless taxis are busy on the streets of San Francisco, which is amazing technology as well as a political story. It wasn't easy to get the okay in notoriously fractious San Francisco, and blind advocates played a big role. Why blind people? Well, think about how rideshare drivers routinely turn away when they realize you have a dog, or just how frightening it can be for a blind person to get in a car with a strange driver. Yes, Waymo is super appealing. Here to moderate the conversation is Stephen Aquino, an accessibility journalist who has tracked the Waymo story in San Francisco carefully.
Okay, over to you, Stephen.
Waymo in San Francisco, a lesson in public advocacy for AI. Speakers, Rachel Kamen, Public Affairs Community Specialist, Waymo. Sharon Giovinazzo, CEO of the Lighthouse for the Blind and Visually Impaired in San Francisco. Tim Elder, Civil Rights Litigator focusing on disability discrimination cases. Moderator, Stephen Aquino, Tech Accessibility Journalist.
Happy to be here at SciTech Global. With that, I would love to have my panelists introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. I can kick things off. My name is Rachel Kamen. I'm on the public affairs team at Waymo, and I'm based in San Francisco, California. Really happy to be here today on this incredible panel.
I'm Sharon Giovinazzo. I'm the CEO of the Lighthouse for the Blind and Visually Impaired of San Francisco.
And hello, I'm Tim Elder, the elected president of the National Federation of the Blind of California and an attorney at the TRE Legal Practice civil rights law firm here in the San Francisco Bay Area.
So, Rachel, why don't you start us off by talking to us just about the state of Waymo in San Francisco and how the company is doing so far?
Will do. Thanks, Stephen. So, to kind of set the tone here, Waymo is an autonomous driving technology company with a mission to make it safe, accessible, and easy for people and things to get where they need to go. We've been around for well over a decade at this point, and our vehicles are on the roads in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Metro Phoenix, and Austin, Texas. In August 2023, here in San Francisco, we were granted our driverless deployment permit through the California Public Utilities Commission. The permit was granted after a robust regulatory process, which took many, many months, many community partners involved, many voices at the table. And after receiving our permit in August, we're now able to offer a paid ride-hailing service in San Francisco 7x7 throughout the city. Again, there were so many community partners and individuals that came to the table to advocate on behalf of autonomous driving technology and the benefits that it brings to them individually, as a community, how we're creating safer roads. And we're so appreciative of everyone who, took the time and energy and leadership to advocate on behalf of the autonomous driving industry. In particular, the blind community provided an incredible voice to move the permitting process forward. And in particular, here on the panel today, Tim Elder with NFB and Sharon from Lighthouse were incredible allies and friends throughout the process. We're incredibly grateful for your partnership, leadership, and advocacy in the space.
That's an awesome segue. For Tim and Sharon, how did you two get involved with Waymo, and what about them and the tech stood out?
Happy to share. Yeah, so the National Federation of the Blind is the oldest organization of blind people, going back decades and decades. And we as a national movement have really always been on the forefront of technology because of the extreme benefits that technology can provide for access, and which then benefits blind people and their families. So we have long been interested in this idea of driving and independence in transportation and what the technology can provide. In fact, the National Federation of the Blind was a leading partner on the first vehicle that was driven non-visually by a blind person on the Daytona Speedway. It's called the Blind Driver Challenge, and it involved a strategic partnership with Virginia Tech and a number of other technology companies. And so as the autonomous technology has come about, the NFB has always been at the forefront of that, and obviously the leading companies and Waymo in particular, right, being a partner with a firm like this is something that the NFB has always been interested in. And so here in California, where we are highly integrated in with innovation and disruption and new technologies, the NFB California affiliate, in partnership with our national organization, has been very engaged with Waymo. We've been very pleased with the level of outreach that they have shown to us, and the reception to the feedback that we are giving them about how this technology is deployed.
Aaron?
Yeah, and for me, when I stepped in a year ago as the CEO of the Lighthouse, the partnership was already there. So how lucky was I? And I'll never forget that first ride in that first autonomous vehicle that I took. And just I'm still in awe every time I get in one of those. But the thing that has set Waymo apart from everything else that I've experienced in the last 23 years in blindness was they actually considered accessibility out of the gate. Has it been perfect? Close to it. But they've definitely listened to everything that we've said along the way. And, for the Lighthouse, we've been around since 1902. So even though technology is a lot better than what it was, there's still a need. And that's one of the things that Waymo is definitely doing a great job at, is filling a need.
Rachel, how did your commitment to accessibility start? Did you set out to make the cars accessible like from the start, or has it been sort of a learning journey?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, at the core as a company, accessibility and safety and community collaboration and partnership is at the core of everything that Waymo is about. So yes, from the original kind of Google self-driving car project that was the original the concept for Waymo just shy of 15 years ago, thinking first before everything else, how can we best serve the community? Keeping top of mind, who will benefit most from this technology, and how do we work with these groups, with these individuals, with these communities to make sure, like Tim and Sharon had said, that they're a part of the process from the very moment, not someone or groups that we contact after the fact or during. We have worked years directly with disability advocacy organizations, groups, and individuals to make sure that they are part of the process. That includes the vehicle design, right? What vehicles are we using and why? Is that sustainable? Is it accessible? Are they safe for all of our users? Of course, the in-car experience, the app experience, so kind of what is the rider experiencing from hailing the ride to exiting at their destination. Of course, destination wayfinding, and then also rider support training, right? We have a robust team of rider support agents and making sure that they have the tools and information to be able to provide support and a positive experience for all riders. So it's a deeply ingrained that all that we do. At this point, we're quite evolved, right? It's 2023. We have our driverless deployment permit in San Francisco. We've been operating in Metro Phoenix for a number of years now, offering a ride hailing service as well. And so what this looks like is we're constantly iterating, right? It's not like we did it, good to go. We're set for the future of autonomous driving technology. No, quite the opposite. And Lighthouse and NFB are active partners in this, as well as a variety of other disability advocacy organizations. But it takes the shape of user experience research studies, community roundtables, grabbing lunch with Sharon and catching up and hearing about her experience, right? Things along those nature, both formalized and casual, but ensuring that community members and our riders are a part of shaping who we are today and who we are in the future, and constantly improving. Sharon said it's not perfect, and we're always evolving and growing and making sure that we're offering the most accessible service for all riders.
For Sharon and Tim, I want to stay on this topic for a second. With the advent of this technology and I know there's been a lot in the news about autonomous vehicles of weight, about safety and all that, but from an accessibility standpoint, can you guys share like why is this technology so exciting?
So for me, the technology is so exciting because, one, it's just accessible at your fingertips. It's available, it's accessible, it's usable, it's friendly. It's everything that sometimes the rideshare services are not. It's the ease of use of it, just that I can pick my phone up. I'm a screen reader user, so I'm using Apple and I'm using VoiceOver with that. And the fact, I mean, I know when the car's sitting at a stop sign, I know when it's sitting at a red light. I get to unlock the car myself, so I don't have to worry about somebody else just charging up and getting into a car. I mean, the level of safety, frankly, I hate to go from a Waymo to a sighted driver, because it's so much safer, I feel. Well, number one, there's no distractions, there's no nothing along the way, but the technology is just absolutely phenomenal. At some point we'll be able to control the heater and the radio from our iPhone. We're just not there yet. And so I'm crying out. I need my radio and I need to control the air.
Yeah, and if you know, controlling the radio and the heater are problems, you know, I mean, like, look at how exciting that is, right? These are the things we're concerned about. We're not just trying to get from point A to point B. I mean, I'm personally excited because this technology and having the independence and control to go from one place to another in a personal private vehicle, that's not shared. You can control your environment. You can use your time in whatever way you want. You can use your device. You can take a nap, whatever you want to do. And you have that same independence that a licensed driver has in going from one place to another on demand when you want to go. And you have that same privacy and independence that the driver experiences. Ubers and taxis, I mean, these are all great things. These are all tools that we use. But, you know, you get into an Uber or a Lyft and it's useful and that's great. But you may have to engage with the driver depending on how rude you want to be. And I mean, often as a blind person, you instantly become their first experience with a blind person. And so they're very curious and they want to, you know, engage in this interactive documentary exhibit that's now in their vehicle and have a nice chat about what it's like to be blind, which I'm all in favor of. At the same time, maybe you just want to get in the car and take a nap or look at stuff on Facebook or have a conversation with your traveling companion. So I'm excited about all of these things. Just in addition to being on the forefront of technology, I must say, when I first got into one of these vehicles and realized I am traveling down a busy San Francisco street and there is nobody in the front seat. I never thought I would ever see this day. And it's here already, just commonplace on the street. So it's still, I guess, very new and novel and exciting in that way, but the level of independence and autonomy that this is going to provide for the individual and where they want to go, I think that's the true, you know, value and what's really exciting to most blind people who've experienced the technology.
Sorry, Stephen, one more thing to add in. You know, I really want to highlight that, you know, the accessibility features that are in the Waymo app today and in the vehicle, I mean, are thanks to Lighthouse, thanks to NFB, thanks to, you know, our Waymo Accessibility Network partners who have taken the time and heart and soul over the years to work with us, to participate in various studies, go on rides and provide feedback. So Sharon, a lot of what you spoke about, like assistive in-car audio, turn-by-turn navigation, screen reader support, you know, audio cues to help folks locate their vehicle. All of this came from the community. I mean, just in 2022, so I guess a little while ago at this point, but in 2022, both NFB and Lighthouse participated in the US Department of Transportation's Inclusive Design Challenge, where they tested out a wide variety of wayfinding prototypes that Waymo created. And that feedback and that experience was directly put into the app and put into action. So, I mean, again, just really highlighting how community collaboration, feedback, and honest and open communication is such a critical part of moving this technology forward and creating more accessible modes of transportation for the community.
And Stephen, I want to just flag something. I mean, because that's absolutely true and great, but I think there's a lesson to be learned here for a lot of technology companies, anyone entering the autonomous space, the autonomous vehicle space for sure. But in general, for anyone developing technology, right? These companies are learning, and Waymo has learned this, I think, that the value of engaging the blindness community is you will generate a product and a user experience that, because it accounts for non-visual access, is just so much better for everyone. It's the same thing as a wheelchair ramp or a curb cut designed for a wheelchair, but benefits anyone with a stroller, a push cart, or rolly luggage. And so Waymo, I think, is starting to realize this benefit of when you design inclusively and non-visually, you get a lot of tertiary benefits for the general user base.
So on that note, Rachel, I wanted to follow up by asking, we've talked a bit about, the technology inside the car and everything, but can you talk about like what the company is doing in terms of like public, education and with all the stuff in the news lately, like what's happening to really show people that this technology has real serious benefit to blind and low vision people.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Stephen, you said it, public education is a huge part of the work that we do as a company. It's a large part of the work that I do on the public affairs team at Waymo. And I mean, it may sound simplistic, but at the core, it's about being good neighbors, right? It's knowing the neighborhoods that you're in within any given city, knowing the nonprofits within, the disability advocacy orgs within, the leaders within. And it's, it's not just about, I don't know, a one-time whatever it may be, a one-time donation, a one-time event, a one-time, tabling at a street fair or, an event. It's about holistic wraparound partnerships where we keep in touch, where we build rapport, we build trust. We show up and I'll focus on San Francisco today because that's, where most of us are located on this panel, but this is also in Metro Phoenix, Los Angeles, Austin, but really sharing the technology. We have to make sure that community members are able to enjoy the technology, go for a ride, share it with their coworkers, with their friends, with their family. I mean, that's just a big piece of it, is just being really intentional and really sincere in how we engage with the community. We work with hundreds of organizations across the country. And, we have special programs that we have catered to the needs of each organization that we partner with to make sure that their community members are taking rides, that they're able to give feedback, and that we're there to proactively engage with the community. We do charitable deliveries where we're able to actually help nonprofits get things, part of our mission, get people and things safely where they need to go, help organizations get things where they need to go. Hopefully, that gives them a little less stress on their transportation budget or on operation costs. But, it's also having difficult conversations, right? Not every conversation is like talking with Tim or Sharon. And we saw that really clearly throughout the California Public Utilities Commission permitting process. But we're here for that. We want to have these conversations. We want to take people for rides. We want to share the potential of this technology, which would benefit the world, right? This is a really huge technology that creates safer roads, more accessible roads. So as a company, we are really dedicated to working with the community. In fact, we can't do really anything without our feedback from the community, relationships to the community, and also friendships, right? That's a huge piece of it too. And Sharon and Tim are really wonderful examples of that I'm, really proud to be able to work with both Sharon and Tim and both organizations closely.
For for you, Sharon, and Tim, how are you, doing the educational kind of advocacy space? How are you in your respective organizations, trying to teach people about this technology?
So for Sharon at the San Francisco Lighthouse, we talk a lot about it. God gifted me with a great big mouth, and I'm not afraid to use it. I'm not afraid to use the platform for it either, even though there has been some people who's came back and said, how can you support something that is not all the way ready yet? It's like, we're not going to stop the technology at this point in time. Let's help them get it ready, and let's help them know what is needed and what's needed in the community, rather than just sitting back and, kind of whining about it. But, for us, it just makes sense. It levels the playing field. For me, I'm one that can get left several times because I decide to use a guide dog to navigate my world. And so when I do that and one of the rideshare services just leave me standing on the side of the road, what dignity and respect do I have at that point in time? So Tim, throw it over to you.
So we're doing a lot of education, I suppose, mostly to let people know that this technology is actually here. I think a lot of blind people are still under the sort of presumption that this is just some sort of beta program that's still in development. It's not ready for prime time yet. Maybe it's happening in some sort of a back alley in San Francisco, but it's not really anything to be ready. And maybe my kids will enjoy this technology, but it's not for me yet. And that's, I think, the message we're trying to sort of dispel, or the understanding we're trying to break. We have blind people throughout the entire United States that obviously want the same level of independence as blind people in San Francisco. So we're trying to keep that understanding, as in other places, particularly here in California, where we've got people in Sacramento and Los Angeles and San Diego that would all love to have the same technology, and to kind of let them know that, no, this could be in your neighborhood very soon. So let's keep an eye on this. Let's keep engaged in the regulatory process. Let's be a part of the political system that will control how soon or how long it takes for this technology to reach a neighborhood near you. And so I think that's the power of our organization, National Federation of the Blind of California, is that we have people throughout the entire state who want to be engaged in a political process and a regulatory process that affects the access that they have in their local communities.
So I want to just before we wrap up, I just want to ask you, Sharon and Tim, Rachel hit on it by saying that, it's an evergreen thing and everything. But where do you think that Waymo and the technology can get better at?
Gee, thanks, Tim. So, I think that this is in for the long haul. I mean, I definitely don't think that it's going anywhere. Every time I bring somebody in one, I say, you're riding in the future, and the future is now. I can see the day where I can walk onto a car lot and buy my own car that I can navigate around the city on my own with. I don't think that we're quite there yet, but we see evidence of it that's happening all the time. I've ridden in Teslas, and, I know that technology is there. And, and it's just like everything else with everybody else, is you have the early adopters. And I think that Tim and I are probably the ones that's like, yes, give me that car and give it to me now, where the choice isn't going to be for everyone. And we don't want to force anybody into it, but everybody that I've brought into one of the Waymos and has always said, it's like, wow, I can't believe that this is now. I really can't. So we definitely appreciate Waymo everything that they've done for the lighthouse and for our community as a whole. Tim?
Sure. I think there's still a lot of room to grow. The technology is new, and so it's limited in its geography at the moment. It's to the places that you can go, right? That's still a pretty narrow set of locations, but it's expanding. I mean, that's the good news, right? Like, this is expanding. It's not going to grow and scale as fast as ride sharing, right? And as the technology improves, right, we want to make sure it's safe, and it will grow at a safe and cautious pace. But once the technology is proven, it will start to scale. So the curve of adoption, I think, will be not as steep as it was for ride sharing. But I do think the good news still is that we will see it grow safely, slowly over time. And the question is just how can we accelerate that scaling, right? Like, how can we make sure this gets to some small town outside of Reading just as readily as it's in Los Angeles or the major metropolitan areas? So that's that. And how much is it going to cost, right? Is this going to be an affordable option? And so for me, the things that can get better and the things that we should keep an eye on and keep watching are, how does this scale and how does it expand so that the places that we can reach with the technology are places that are within an area that we want to go, or we can basically go anywhere that we would want to go or need to go, and reach it without having to use any other form of transportation in conjunction with this technology.
Rachel, did you have anything to add?
I mean, those are shared goals. And, again, Tim, you said it, everything is about, safety, slow and steady, right? Really making sure that we're at any given point ready for the next step, ready to expand, ready to grow. And right now we're just really proud and focused on our ride hailing service in 4 different markets, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Metro Phoenix, and Austin. And really, so proud and thrilled that we are able to provide rides to tens of thousands of riders every single week, safely getting from A to B, independently getting from A to B. And that's where we're at today. And there's, I feel very confident, a very bright and scalable future ahead.
Well, Rachel from Waymo and Sharon from the White House and Tim from NFB, thank you so much for your time today and your thoughtfulness, and I enjoyed our talk very much.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
That was an incredible session. Thank you, Stephen. All right, folks, that is a wrap for day 1 of SiteTech Global. We hope to see you back here tomorrow, 8 a.m. Pacific time. But before we wrap up, we want to thank the generous sponsors of SiteTech Global, who also help to support the programs and services for Vista Center. John, can you tell us about the sponsors?
Yes, indeed. Here we go. Amazon, Be My Eyes, Envision, Foundation Fighting Blindness, Google, iSenpai, Meta, Microsoft, Salesforce, and Waymo. And also our private supporters, the Ron Conway family, the Rose Time Foundation, James and Edith Spain Foundation, Sachiv Shehil. Thank you, one and all.
All right, John, thank you for reading that impressive list. So this is Alice Turner and John Giddings, your hosts for today, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time.
Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year. Thank you for joining SiteTech Global 2023. We'll see you next year.